never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Okay, here we go. Lights, cameras, action. Get this party started. Get another week underway as we look to close out the month of February here. How about that? 28th of February. 24 hours from now, we'll be pulling another page off the calendar. March 1 coming up Tuesday. All right, hope you had a good weekend. We'll give you, just got off the line with Kyle here a few minutes ago. Got an update on the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 weekend action there at South Georgia Motorsports Park, kind of kicking off another racing season. Yeah, it didn't go as well as planned, but yeah, the proverbial missed it by that much. That could be the true expression at South Georgia Motorsports Park over the weekend there. Yeah, but they'll bounce back. Yeah, meanwhile, as we look around the country for our travelers' weather, not a bad night. Most of the country to be moving the freight up and down the highways and byways. And looking at the warmer temperatures as the meteorological first day of spring is rapidly approaching here. Starting to see some warmer temperatures, especially in the central and eastern portions of the country. Daytime highs bouncing back up into the 50s. One area that's going to be impacted by some rain and maybe even some higher elevation snow is for our friends in the Pacific Northwest tonight. Latest storm system coming ashore. And we've got some rain over eastern Washington, some snow in western Montana. And then back over toward the coastal area, some heavy rain pushing into the coastal areas there of Washington, maybe just the northeastern tip of Oregon, but rain in Seattle. Not quite down to Portland, though. Forecasters tell us the Pacific Northwest, you're gearing up for numerous rounds of stormy weather this week. An active storm track has developed across the West Coast. Areas from northern California to western Montana are looking to receive ample rainfall and snow across the northern Cascades and the northern Rockies. It's the shape of the jet stream, the key role in leading storm after storm into the northwest coast this week. So really through midweek, upper-level winds of the jet stream are going to bulge northward, and that's going to guide our storms from the Pacific into Washington, Oregon, Northern California, then on inland. It's going to be an active stretch of days across the Northwest as we look to exit February and start the month of March here. Looks like the parade of storms is going to keep the weather pretty active across the Northwest right through Wednesday. Now, the rain and snow that arrived first round Saturday, just a hint of what's to come this week. Across coastal areas near the Olympic Mountains, 24-hour rainfall totals from Saturday alone were upwards of 3/4 of an inch. Now, there's a little town in Washington about 4 miles from the coast that recorded rainfall of 0.83, 0.8 of an inch through the day on Saturday. Shelton Sanderson Field Airport, about 50 miles inland, recorded over an inch of rain Saturday, 1.11 inches. Rainfall amounts in coastal Oregon, closer to 1/4 inch to 1/2 an inch. Several inches of snow may fall across the northern Cascades, and in the passes, you have some winter weather advisories this past day across the northern portions of the Cascades. Followed by snow above 3,000 feet. Now, Snoqualmie Pass is at an elevation of 3,022 feet. Stevens Pass is more above 4,000, 4,061 feet. But we did see some issues. Traction tires advised for Stevens Pass, and oversized vehicles were actually prohibited this past day. There, Snoqualmie Pass, chains were required for all vehicles except all-wheel drive, and oversized vehicles were prohibited. So we're looking ahead here. Accumulating snow should mostly be above pass levels for your Monday. Most of the snow will gradually shift eastward from the northern Cascades into the northern Rockies between Monday and Tuesday. But the heaviest rain is going to spread across western Washington and Oregon through the day today, Monday. Pacific moisture being drawn into the region. Forecasters note rainfall amounts could be 2 to 4 inches early this week from Portland to Seattle. Even some locally higher amounts on the windward sides of the mountains there. In addition to the soaking rain, winds are going to be rattling the coast early today, Monday morning, then through the evening hours. Gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour, possible at times with this latest storm system. Now, we mentioned as the first day of meteorological spring approaches, residents from the Great Lakes to the New England coast, you're still going to be dealing with another dose of wintry weather for the first few days of March. We're still talking a parade of clippers that'll sweep across the northern tier of the country early this week, and each time it's going to produce a quick burst of snow along the storm track. This week, the week started with the burst of snow showers and squalls across the Northeast Sunday evening, before the first clipper of the week pushes into Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan through the day today and on into Monday night. Now, we do see the beginnings of that latest clipper. Yeah, snowfall just in the northeast corner of South Dakota, a little bit of snow in northwestern portions of Minnesota. That's all going to be dropping in through the Great Lakes region through the upcoming day. That same clipper is going to traverse across the Northeast Tuesday into Tuesday night. As typically the case is, these clipper systems don't typically have a lot of moisture to work with, so that's going to keep the snowfall totals down with each system. But as the snow treks across the northern tier of the country, generally maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow expected. That's enough to cause some slippery conditions on the roads and some reduced visibility, but should not create any prolonged issues. There will be then 2 subsequent clippers expected to spread some light snow from North Dakota into Minnesota, then the interior Northeast, Tuesday into Wednesday, and then Wednesday into Thursday. Each of those are going to be bringing some quick-hitting snow showers for a few hours as they pass through. As each clipper approaches and leaves, it's forecast to impact the temperatures. Much of the upper Midwest spent the final week of February. You were in the deep freeze last week. High temperatures below zero in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Minneapolis, you were in the teens most of the week. Cities like Green Bay and Madison, Wisconsin also settled below normal. Temperatures only in the lower 20s. Nighttime temperatures were near or below zero for many. International Falls, Minnesota dipped down to a low temperature of minus 40 twice this past week. International Falls also set 4 daily record low temperatures during the month of February alone. As of February 25th, temperatures were averaging 12 degrees below normal for the month of February. So going forward, the clippers will actually bring an improvement in temperatures. The persistent clippers are going to keep the temperatures more consistent and about average for this time of year. Many locations further south are going to warm up to even some mid-spring kind of levels. Then across the Northeast, temperatures forecast to be a little more variable through the middle of this week. Warmest air forecast to stay across portions of the mid-Atlantic, cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. You're likely to stay out of the snowy burst. Temperatures in the 50s Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, further north, like Buffalo, New York, and on over to Boston, you're going to continue to kind of ride the temperature roller coaster. Highs fluctuating between the 20s and the 40s. Weather patterns expected to change again late in the week, kind of ending that parade of clippers across the Great Lakes as well as the Northeast. So again, tonight, as far as the radar is concerned, little bit of rain. Southeastern portions of Georgia on into the southernmost reaches of South Carolina. That's pushing off the southeastern coast over the next several hours. We had seen a little bit of lake effect snow there. Still a line of a few scattered snow showers from areas north of Buffalo, south of Rochester, and kind of stretching all the way down to Binghamton, and even into northeastern portions of Pennsylvania tonight. I don't believe there's enough in the mix there to be warranting any sort of winter weather advisories. We'll do a quick double check on that here, see what we're looking at. Yeah, nothing as far as the only areas we see like winter weather advisories is for our storm system out there in northeastern portions of Washington, northern Idaho, over into northwestern Montana. As some of the higher elevations will contend with a bit of snow tonight. Now, meanwhile, it's still a cold night deep into southern portions of even Texas. Believe it or not, there are freeze warnings tonight from as far south as Victoria, Texas, all the way over to, George, what is like the Prince too small? Sub-freezing temperatures dropping as low as 27 tonight. So that's Victoria, Inland Calhoun, Live Oak, and McMullen counties, starting at about 2 o'clock this morning. So frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and possibly even damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. So unusual to see that cold deep into southern portions of Texas tonight. That's about it around the country as far as advisories are concerned. They're talking about maybe some fog settling in western portions of South Carolina, south central and central portions of Virginia. Or that's actually portions of North Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on things there, let you know. Who we got checking it out of the box this Monday morning as we close out the month of February? Hello to Zorro. Get the party started. You got that right. Philly Dan is on board. Got a clear 39 degrees in Philly tonight. Drivers, please stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Roy's on board. Larry, as typical, afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Heavy D and the overnight crew. Keep on trucking. Hello to the 15 car. Happy Monday from there it is, a foggy Charlotte, North Carolina. Right in that zone where they do have some of those fog advisories. Thanks for the heads up. Hello to James. Did you watch Trump's speech at CPAC on Saturday? Nope, I didn't get to see any of the activities there at CPAC. Saturday was young Avery's grandson number 2, 8th birthday. So had the birthday party at the bowling alley and went back over to the son's house. Enjoyed the evening with family members there. Had a good time, but missed Trump's speech. Plus, he says, also, I read all Americans are being urged to leave Russia immediately. That is 100% correct. Looks like things are getting scarier with each passing day. Yeah, I've got the very latest developments over the weekend. It just really makes you sit back and shudder thinking, where's Vladimir Putin going with all this? Activating his nuclear forces. When you hear things like that, say, whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about potentially using maybe tactical nukes? Even the Pentagon said, this is very concerning. What Putin did this past day took everything up a big notch. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in. Morning, Steve from Memphis. There's Tank. Happy Monday, 39 degrees here tonight. Getting ready to roll out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. All right, Stephen checking in from the West Coast this morning. There's Kyle on board here, at least briefly, because he's about to get some rest. I think he clocked in like 92 hours last week because he spent most of the week there at South Georgia Motorsports Park, busy, starting things early in the day to late in the evening, day after day. Kentucky Ken checking in. Morning overnight drive crew just arrived about an hour ago. MLA City, Michigan. Week starting a day early for a morning unload. Safe travels, everyone out there. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Indiana. Highs close to 50, according to forecasters. Be careful. Stay safe out there, especially my driver. Thank you, Deborah. Hello to Dwayne. Copy in the mail. South Lebanon, Ohio, at the home 20 there. New Jersey is in the house. That's Robin checking in. Captain Ron checking in on the greatest day of the week. Yes, he loves his Mondays. You know, it's all downhill from here. But we've got 65 degrees rolling through Gainesville, Florida at this hour. Hello to Scotty checking in live from Oakley, Kansas. Glad to be out of that frozen tundra and high winds of Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. And there's the Buckeye boy. One more here, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 42. It rained most of the morning and early afternoon, but not real cold. Yeah, good day to just eat and take a nap. I'm truly impressed with the intestinal fortitude of the Ukrainian leader and the people of Ukraine. What bravery they are showing. It's about time the U.S. and allies cut off Russia from SWIFT and other revenues, but I hope it's not too late. They really need to get some weapons and ammo into the Ukrainians' hands. Yes, they're pleading for that. They do know how to use the weapons. Anyway, I'm going to get some sleep soon. I'll be listening to the podcast there on Monday as I have to deliver what I brought back from Michigan. And hello, Miguel. From the home 20, I worked last night to cover another driver. I wish I worked tonight. I'm just wanting to wish the overnight drive crew a safe, happy night, and God bless. Good to have you all on board. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So again, according to the Pentagon, what they are citing is in a dramatic escalation of East-West tensions over the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin ordered Russian nuclear forces to be put on high alert Sunday in response to what he called aggressive statements by leading NATO powers. The directive to put Russia's nuclear weapons in an increased state of readiness for launch, raising fears this crisis could boil over into nuclear warfare, whether by design or a mistake. This step, Putin's step, is potentially putting in place forces that, if there's a miscalculation, could make things much, much more dangerous. According to senior U.S. defense officials, amid the mounting tensions, Ukraine announced that a delegation would meet with Russian officials for talks. But the Kremlin's ultimate aims in Ukraine and what steps might be enough to satisfy Moscow, just unclear at this time. But these fast-moving developments as Russian troops draw closer to Kiev, a city of almost 3 million people, street fighting breaking out in Ukraine's second-largest city over the weekend, strategic ports in the country's south coming under pressure from attackers, while Ukrainian defenders are putting up stiff resistance that appears to indeed be slowing this invasion. It's not going as smoothly as Vladimir Putin thought it would. He thought he was just going to waltz in here and not even have to deal with I don't think he felt like Ukraine would put up a fight. One 87-year-old survivor of World War II, a Jewish survivor, says, "I wish I had never lived to see this." The sirens blaring almost constantly in her hometown, about 90 miles from Kiev, and under attack. Residents have been told not to switch on any lights so we don't draw their attention. She's been living in a hallway away from windows. Meanwhile, the top official in the European Union outlining plans by the 27-nation bloc to close its airspace to Russian planes and fund the purchase of weapons to bolster Ukraine. For the first time ever, they tell us, the European Union will finance the purchase and delivery of weapons and other equipment to a country that is under attack. The European Union will also ban some pro-Kremlin media outlets, according to a spokesperson. Putin, in giving the nuclear alert directive, cited not only statements by NATO members who've rushed to reinforce the alliance's members in the European Union, but the hard-hitting financial sanctions imposed by the West, including Putin himself. Now, speaking at a meeting with his top officials, they tell us Putin told his defense minister and the chief of the military's general staff to put nuclear forces in a special regime of combat duty. Western countries aren't only taking unfriendly actions against our country in the economic sphere, but top officials from leading NATO members made some aggressive statements regarding our country, Putin says. U.S. defense officials would not disclose their current nuclear alert level except to say the military is prepared at all times to defend its homeland and its allies. NATO Secretary General, in reaction to Russia's nuclear alert, said, "This is dangerous rhetoric. This is behavior which is irresponsible." Some are thinking Putin has kind of lost his mind. If Putin's aiming to otherwise raising the nuclear combat readiness of his bombers, or if he's ordering more ballistic missile submarines to sea, the United States might feel compelled to respond in kind. That would mark a very worrisome escalation. Now, about the same time as Putin's nuclear move, Ukraine's President Zelensky announced that the two sides would meet at an unspecified location on the border of Belarus. They did not give a precise time for that meeting. I know there's always a risk in trying to hold these kind of meetings. The Russians are known, well, to not be trustworthy. And you could actually send a delegation to hold talks, and they could end up being taken prisoner and kind of held for ransom and those sort of things. So some of the latest developments over the past weekend, quite concerning. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in. Got 26 degrees, ready for the best 5 hours in radio. Well, happy Monday to you, Crazy Ray. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 46 here in Wasco, California. Running a little bit late today. Had to put my 22-year-old cat, Zero the cat, down before coming into work. I hate to hear that. 22 years for a cat, though. That's way beyond the typical life expectancy, so... but that's difficult. Anyway, headed to March Air Force Base, Santa Claus out. Foggy in Fayetteville, North Carolina, according to David. There's Michael, saddle sore, waving at you from Effingham, Illinois. 35 degrees here. Yeah, a few high clouds and some stars out there. Hello to Too Tall, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope everyone's doing well. Be safe. Tapeworm checking in from Veneta, Oklahoma. The People's Convoy is settled down. Another big day coming up. But thanks, Oklahoma, for all your support. Yeah, I'll have to double check on that. The People's Convoy should be out about midway across the country now. A few days left. Out of Oklahoma, going to be making that northeasterly turn, I believe, up to St. Louis, and then kind of head across 70 through Indiana, Ohio, on into Pennsylvania. Hello to Jeff, listening in to the weather from Northwest Indiana. Wearing a sweatshirt. It's not too bad out tonight, though. All right. Hello to David, checking in. FEMA has updated their website to tell you in case of a nuclear blast, remain socially distant and don't forget to wear your mask. All right, yeah, right. I did see a funny meme taking Joe Biden and make it appear that he said the best way to prevent an attack is to get vaccinated. He was trying to tell the Ukrainian people, but all right. Let's go, Brandon. Get a news break here and underway on a Monday. Get your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. It's OvernightDriveRadio.com. On your smartphone, Android, iPhone. Go to the App Store, type in OvernightDriveRadio.com. You'll find us there. Or you can say, Alexa, activate the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I believe that's the way you activate Alexa. Or, of course, TNCRadio.live here on a Monday morning. Same thing there. TNCRadio.live on your iPhone, your Android streaming devices. I do believe it's Monday morning. So when we wrap up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, Stan Campbell, our friend from north of the border, comes on, always plays some of the best in country music, entertainment, and I'm not sure exactly what all he's got on tap here for this Monday morning. But let's get to your calls here without further ado. Good morning, Dan. What's happening?
Hey. Oh, hi, Steve. How you doing? I was just wondering if it's not just me, because I've heard it on some national news today, and then I also heard a caller on a national radio show. But is this war kind of made you I mean, there's some things in this war that's just not adding up. And someone verbalized it for me. Like, for instance, wouldn't you think that Putin would have knocked out the communications in Ukraine? And, they must have some kick-ass internet for a third world country, because they're having plenty of communications. And the quality of the of the videos that they're making, those are very flawless quality videos. And I just don't understand why supposedly a genius, if that's what you want to call Putin, but a war genius, why they wouldn't, let's knock out cell phones. Let's knock out cell phone towers. Let's knock out internet supplies. And the other thing is they've issued all these guns and all these weapons to people. So now housewives and teenage kids and elderly people are fighting in urban commando warfare with trained military people and winning. I don't get it. And, when they bombed that apartment building, they bombed the very corner and the top of it. Well, wouldn't you bomb it at the bottom so the whole thing would fall down? And then supposedly 2 people died. Well, were those 2 people in that apartment building? In that apartment? I know they were in the building, but were they in that apartment? Because that's a pretty surgical shot of it. I've heard, well, Putin figures he's going to own the country. It's going to be part of Russia. He's going to take it over, so he doesn't want to have to rebuild it. I've heard that story. But Ukraine was and is a corrupt country. They've had a lot of corruption there, money laundering and the Bidens, and stuff like that. So this guy Zelensky, and he's been involved in that. So this guy now, he's been canonized. So he's not meeting with Putin tomorrow, supposedly. He's meeting with some other people at an undisclosed location, which I guess you can understand that, but I don't know what kind of protection that will give him. The thing's kind of like, one thought that I had, but because the war's so crazy the way it's being waged, is that maybe Zelensky's in with Putin on this to be his new puppet and they're getting all these weapons from every nation, and NATO is now giving them weapons that they didn't have or they've already have, and they're replenishing their stockpiles. I'm just, and it's not just, I thought it was just me looking, thinking, well, this just doesn't seem to add up, because Putin should have gone in there and in 24 hours, we've got the country.
I think that was his anticipation. I don't know that he ever thought that the Ukrainian forces would stand up and fight back as strong as they've been. I've seen the reports, as you're talking about, the fighting in the streets where they're actually being able to take out tanks, the civilians taking out tanks. Now, one question I think we can't answer as far as the communication they've got, Elon Musk has those Starlink satellites circling the planet, and over the weekend, I guess he's stationed satellites to actually be servicing Ukraine. New York Post said Starlink is active in Ukraine. Elon Musk tweeted that about 10 hours after he got the call for help, and he said more terminals are en route. That response after the Ukrainian president asked for Elon Musk if they could help them out with communications via the Starlink satellites. So that, I believe, is what they're saying is how they're able to be still communicating there.
Well, is those Starlink satellites, is that the internet or is that just cell phones? Or both?
I know Starlink satellites are designed to provide internet. The ultimate plan is to have global internet connectivity. So I know it supplies internet, but as far as
I'm wondering why. Yeah, I'm wondering why. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know as far the cell phones. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, and if this Starlink system is so effective, why in the hell are we talking about expanding broadband? You know what I'm saying? When this is a U.S. company that could provide better internet service here in the United States through that Starlink. Those are satellites, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, they're set. Yeah, why can we do it through there? There's just something. I mean, Zelensky was corrupt. I mean, he was paying off Hunter Biden or agreeing to pay off Hunter Biden and giving Hunter Biden and the big guy money and all that. So now all of a sudden he's canonized. I mean, he's not corrupt anymore. I mean, I don't really get it. And there's been some people from the other side of the political spectrum from me are questioning the same thing. Some of these generals. I mean, you look at the might. I didn't know this, that Russia has more nuclear warheads than we do. I didn't know that. Like 25% more. I think we got 3,000. What do they have? 4,000?
I know they were sharing some of the numbers over the weekend. They weren't sharing the numbers of the U.S. versus Russia. They were sharing the Ukraine's military might versus Russia. And yes, they're outnumbered overwhelmingly by Russian forces, obviously.
Right. And they're stopping the tanks. What are they stopping the tanks with? I mean, because of the guns he's giving out? It doesn't, my skepticism on this is because of both of these individuals, Putin and Zelensky. And if Zelensky knew that we don't know, but if he was given an ultimatum, I mean, to me, the obvious thing to me, if this thing is some sort of a deal where he knows his fate, but he wants to be the puppet, as they call him, like he's got puppets in Belarus and places like that. Well, but what a better way to get all these weapons? Germany's coming up with weapons. We're coming up with more weapons. Well, what happens to those weapons once Ukraine falls into the hands of Putin? He's not going to return them.
You're 100% correct, Dan. That's a valid point. I mean, we were saying that last week. I think Chevy Guy brought that up a few nights ago, the fact that all these weapons that we've been sending there, defensive weapons, essentially it's going to be like Afghanistan, where we left all those, the military, the helicopters, you name it, all the weapons we left that immediately fell into the hands of the Taliban, right? I'm looking at the numbers here, though. You are correct. They just announced Germany is going to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles, marking a complete reversal in Berlin's very restrictive arms export policy, according to the German chancellor over the weekend. Now, Germany for months has been under intense criticism for their response to Russia's aggression toward Ukraine. Now, the government said their historical responsibilities prevented it from shipping arms to conflict zones. They had even blocked other NATO countries or allies from transferring German origin weapons to Ukraine. But they're saying that this Russian attack means it's a turning point. It's our duty to do our best to help Ukraine defend against the invading army of Putin. That's why we're supplying 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles. Germany will also lift their ban on other countries exporting German-origin weapons, allowing the Netherlands to transfer 400 rocket-propelled grenade launchers. Of course, if you look at the big picture, they point out Germany's the largest economy, the most powerful country in the European Union. So their voice and their policy positions are really critical to the effectiveness of the West, as they refer to it, the West response to the Russian invasion. A little bit more in regards to the Starlink here. I see that, of course, Musk has been working on this for years now, and there's a long way yet to go. But thousands of Starlink satellites in Earth's orbit, increasing broadband service in parts of the world. The satellites, according to the New York Post, help carry large amounts of information rapidly to any point on Earth, avoiding the need for fiber optic cables. So the satellites providing data links to areas of Ukraine that have lost internet access thus far during the invasion. Cities across Ukraine that, parts of the country are without their typical internet coverage. Starlink is kind of like filling the gap right now. All right, we'll pause there. A quick 2-minute timeout and come back with more here on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
See, they also have, as far as air power, air superiority. Look at the sheer number of fighter jets and bombers and things that Russia has versus the Ukraine. They also announced this past day that members of the European Union will supply Ukraine with fighter jets. European Union's foreign policy chief, Joseph Borrell, says that Ukrainian foreign minister had requested planes that his country's Air Force can operate. These planes are likely to be Soviet-built models like the MiG and Sukhoi jets. I'm not seeing any numbers as far as how many planes they might provide. Some European Union members who were once part of the USSR-led Warsaw Pact still operate or have some of those models parked. I guess that they would actually have pilots with the ability to use those planes. Then as far as telling United States citizens, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow made an announcement telling all U.S. nationals, get out of Russia now. An increasing number of airlines are canceling flights into and out of the country. Numerous countries have closed their airspace to Russian airlines. So they pointed out U.S. citizens should consider departing Russia immediately via any commercial options that are still available. That pretty much, when Putin made that nuclear deterrence announcement, everything kind of went to the next level. All right, who we got next up here? Knucklebuster's on board here on a Monday morning. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Hey, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Old Vladimir done lost his mind over there, ain't he? Done gone Lulu on us there.
Yep.
Well, anyway, let's get the bad news out of the way first there. 221 mile marker, I-40 west there. Got a big truck off in the median strip. They're trying to get him up out of there. They're having to unload him before they can get him up out of the median strip there, getting the right-hand lane. Here's some more sad news, Steve. Old Hot Lips Houlihan of Mash died last week at the ripe old age of 84.
Yep.
That's sad. Yep. And guess what, Steve? This woman uncovered an unbelievable story about her gynecologist. He's her daddy. That and several other women. He was been inseminating them women there. I guess that's how you pronounce that.
Yeah.
Anyway, she was upset about it there. So I don't know. She done a DNA test and he denies all of it. You know that's right. Take it to the grave, will you?
Uh-huh.
Hey, see, these men took an electric vehicle for a record-breaking 35,770 mile trip. Not all at one time. They visited every Volkswagen dealership in the country. And they made like 900 and something stops just to charge the damn thing up. So. But it'd take longer to charge that up than it is to fuel a car up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't mind the electric thing. You know, we need a little bit of all of it. You know, wind, solar, gas-powered, coal-powered, all that good stuff there. And they have a historic auction off of the New York and New Jersey doing a wind energy thing there. So I don't know what all they're going to be planting on the bed of the floor out there. But anyway, guess what? It's coming. This guy, he wanted a crossbow, but he was wearing stretchy pants too, Steve. And he got out of the store with it, but they didn't realize it was gone for a couple of days. And they went back and reviewed that video and seen that guy with the pants, and he was using a crutch to try to mask the unusual shape of his stretchy britches there, right? But he got caught anyway, going to jail. You can buy this fire-spitting 1968 Chevy camper truck for the price of your soul, Steve.
Oh, really?
That's what it says. They're using like them little propane tanks to make it spit fire. I don't know. I wouldn't pay that much money for it. It had a bachelor pad on the back of it there, because I don't think any woman would go riding around with you with that thing on the truck. Well, them salvage crews finally boarded that boat that was on fire, Steve. But they haven't put any pictures out of what is going on inside of it there, all the damage and stuff. And so I'm waiting for them pictures to come out, and we'll see all them cars burn up. Well, how was your weekend, Steve?
Had a good weekend. Yeah, celebrated like a little Avery's birthday. Had a good time.
Well, that sounds good. Well, I had the privilege of carrying my daughter around all weekend because she wanted to go several spots, so she wouldn't have to drive there. And they wanted to go to Costco. And before we got to Costco, they wanted to jump in this place called the Happy Mexican.
Hmm.
And they asked me, would the Happy Mexican be all right? And I said, well, yeah, that'd be a lot better to eat at a Happy Mexican than an unhappy Mexican mad at all the people of the world there, Steve. They had 2 signs on the door. The first one said, we will not serve, seat guests with strong marijuana odor on you. And I thought that's right for Memphis. And then the second sign said a major credit card, debit card, and ID is required to be left with the hostess for all parties of 6 or more as assurance to the restaurant that the entire bill will be paid at the end of your meal. Any bill not paid for will be sent to the sheriff's department there. Well, let me tell you something, Steve. After I ate there, I understand why people been skipping out on paying the bill, and I understood why they was smoking that marijuana before they come in there to eat. So that's crazy. That was my weekend there.
You can't make this stuff up.
And I know that's right. Well, I read where old Scott Peterson, he's trying to get his case dropped again because that one of them jurors, they called her Strawberry Shortcake, said she was a victim of domestic abuse. So I don't know how. I mean, every person in prison will tell you, I didn't do what they said I did. Yep, I'm innocent.
Yep.
And we all know that's baloney there. And Steve, I got some good meat for you here. There is nothing better in life than drinking iced tea or a cold glass of milk out of a mason jar. And that's all of my bull on it for right now. We'll call you a little later on.
All right. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. And news update as we close out hour number 1 on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year, and I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to energizedhealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or energizedhealth.com.
Another mask mandate for schools is being lifted. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, citing recent CDC guidance, says her state will lift the mandate this coming Wednesday. She says while some counties still have a higher positivity rate for COVID-19, she will allow those jurisdictions to do what's best for them. Hochul added parents can also send their kids to school masked if they choose to. In the Big Apple, Mayor Eric Adams says a final decision on masks in city public schools will be made on Friday. Some bars and liquor stores across the country are pulling Russian vodka off their shelves and promoting Ukraine brands. Some state governments are getting involved as well.
Ohio Republican Governor Mike DeWine directing state commerce officials to cease the purchase and sale of all vodka made by the Russian company Russian Standard Vodka. Liquor vendors also being told to immediately pull the vodka from their shelves. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Jurors in the trial of former Louisville police detective Brian Hankinson were taken to the apartment where Breonna Taylor was shot and killed nearly 2 years ago.
Hankinson is on trial for 3 counts of wanton endangerment. He fired 10 shots into Taylor's apartment. 3 of those shots entered a neighbor's apartment where a woman was sleeping with her 5-year-old child. Police say no bullets from his gun actually hit Breonna Taylor.
USA's Wendy King from the Pacific Northwest. Hankinson was one of 3 police officers serving a no-knock warrant on Taylor's apartment. Nearly half of the 500 million free COVID-19 tests made available to the public by the Biden administration still have not been claimed. More than 45 million orders were received in January on the first day the tests were given away. Officials say that number has now dropped to 100,000 a day. A South Carolina man was sentenced to more than a decade in prison after the jury only took 8 minutes to convict. 30-year-old Kendrick Blackwell faced several drug charges when he was arrested at his home last month. On Thursday, he was convicted of trafficking methamphetamines. This is not the first drug conviction on his record. According to the state newspaper, he pleaded guilty to 2 drug charges in 2018. We have news for you on demand anytime, anywhere. Go to our website, usaradio.com, and be sure to look up USA Radio on Facebook. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Final day of February coming on here. I thought Dave was trying to pull a funny on us when he said, FEMA updates their website. telling you to socially distance and wear your mask after a nuclear blast. He wasn't joking. Looking here, High Tech sent me the link. Remember the ready.gov website? I think they ready.gov. Didn't that come out like after September 11 of 2001? But under the heading nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosions can cause significant damage and casualties from blast, heat, and radiation, but you can keep your family safe by knowing what to do and being prepared if it occurs. If they go into, all right, what a nuclear device is and all, okay. Now, fallout is most dangerous in the first few hours after the detonation when it's given off the highest levels of radiation. It takes time for fallout to arrive back to the ground level. Often more than 15 minutes for areas outside the immediate blast damage zones. That's enough time for you to prevent significant radiation exposure. Follow these simple steps. Get inside the nearest building. Brick or concrete are best. Remove your contaminated clothing, wipe off or wash unprotected skin. If you were outside after the fallout arrived, hand sanitizer does not protect against fallout. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Do not use disinfectant wipes on your skin. Go into the basement or middle of the building. Try to maintain a distance of at least 6 feet between yourself and people who are not part of your household. If possible, wear a mask if you're sheltering with people who are not part of your household. Children under 2 years old, people who have trouble breathing, and those who are unable to remove masks on their own should not wear them. So he wasn't kidding. Okay. Socially distance, wear your mask after a nuclear detonation. That's for real. All right, forecasters tell us the start of the new month will be bringing some noticeable changes in weather across the Rockies and the Plains. Now, obviously, February is known for being notoriously chilly across the U.S. Some locations across the center of the country took this to the extreme this year, though. February the 26th, average temperatures for the month ranged from anywhere from 2 to 6 degrees below normal, from the Rockies to the Four Corners region to the southern and central plains. After a stretch of well below average temperatures late in the month, a bit of a spring-like stretch is in store for places from Denver to St. Louis. Temperature readings began to improve over the weekend, climbing from the deficits of as much as 30 to 40 degrees below the norm last week. But an even bigger warm-up is on the way. In cities like Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Oklahoma City, temperatures forecast to return to normal today, with the peak warmth arriving Wednesday or Thursday. So the warm-up is on the way. Warm-up will extend as far north as, say, Rapid City, South Dakota, to Omaha, Nebraska. The most extreme temperature difference of as much as 20 to 30 degrees above normal will be seen across Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Cities like Kansas City and Oklahoma City, you'll see temperatures soaring into the mid-70s by Wednesday afternoon. For Kansas City, that's about 25 degrees above normal for early March. And that's more akin to, say, late April temperatures. The same high pressure that'll help promote the warmth is also expected to create a prolonged stretch of dry weather across the central states. And that's going to elevate some of your wildfire concerns around midweek across portions of Oklahoma, Kansas. Breezy conditions and low relative humidity levels will contribute to the ideal conditions for wildfire activity. Portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Colorado will be emerging from the month of February in severe, or in some cases even extreme drought. Something that the dry pattern will only exacerbate coming up. As the final days of the week approach, the weather pattern's going to change, though. The jet stream's forecast to dive southward by next weekend once again. That'll bring with the next big storm for that region of the country. Again, we will be talking about the clash of the warm air over the central states and the induction of fresh, cold air, which is probably going to create everything from snow and ice to severe thunderstorms again coming up next weekend. So kind of a tranquil week most of the week. Now, the exact location of the strongest storms, that's all going to depend on the track of the lake week storm. Right now, they're highlighting portions of the southern and central plains as the most likely target for severe weather. All right. A pattern like this is pretty reminiscent of spring, when areas across the central and southern states are increasingly likely to have all the ingredients come together, and that threat for severe thunderstorms, change of the seasons, as they like to call it. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's happening, high tech?
Well, I can't believe that you wouldn't believe me when I sent you that link there.
Well, it just sounded too laughable to me. I mean, it is comical. It's like, you got to be kidding. You got more things to worry about than social distancing and wearing a damn mask after a nuclear explosion.
Well, I like the whole thing. If you put the whole thing together, it sounds like a 1980s porn film, except for the social distancing. If you see a blast, you run inside, rip off all your clothes, and put on a mask. Now, if they left off the social distancing part, that would sound like an old cheesy porn film.
Yes, it would.
But anyway, did you have your pencil out writing down the questions for all your first caller there? I could answer just about everything that he was confused about getting the cell phones and everything are still working there, because Putin's object was to go in and take over the country. And that is, if I'm a dictator and I want to go in and take over, let's say, the next door neighbor's farm, I don't want to kill all his cows and all his pigs and tear his barn down. I just want to push the farmer out of his house and take the farm. And if I blow all that stuff up, it's like the stuff isn't any useful to me. I mean, scorched earth makes no sense unless you're actually going in just like a World War II style blitzkrieg. But so a lot of the infrastructure is still up. They have knocked a lot of it out too. I mean, if you look at the live feed cameras that come up every now and then, one of those live feeds will come up. The lights are nowhere near as bright in the city as they used to be. I mean, they got a few lights on around the embassies and around that church, that big church, they got some lights on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what was the other question that feller had?
I mean, is Zelensky kind of like teaming up or actually working with Putin to be his next puppet? That kind of thing.
If look at the history, Zelensky's only been president for, I think this is his first term. The one that when Joe Biden was in was a different president. So this guy here, he was actually a social media. He was kind of like Donald Trump. He was he had a TV show there in the Ukraine, and he was a popular guy. That's what he got elected. And as far as the corruption in Ukraine, has anybody been watching the news that's coming out of Washington D.C.? Would that not be like the pot calling the kettle black?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting there pointing their finger at them. Oh, they're corrupt. They're corrupt. They got all this stuff. Here's what they hate about the Ukraine. The Ukraine's drug laws are basically like their laws are more libertarian. In other words, if there is no victim, there is no crime. In other words, if you're a junkie and you shoot yourself up on the street and you don't hurt nobody else, who cares? In other words, basically suicide is legal over there. If you want to go out there and kill yourself, as long as you don't push it on nobody else, they don't care. If you get a prescription from the doctor, you don't even need a prescription for most stuff. I mean, the narcotics you do, but let's say you want to get some testosterone, you just walk into the pharmacy and say, I want some testosterone. And they'll say, what do you want? You talk to the pharmacist and say, well, what do you think I need? And that, the way it used to be here in the 1800s or stuff like that, where you go into the pharmacy, as long as you knew what you wanted, you talk to the pharmacist, they give you what you want. That it was more libertarian. So according to that makes everybody drug addicts. So what was the other question? Oh, Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink.
Starlink can't replace fiber. Yeah, it can't replace fiber optic. It uses a phased array antenna, and I think I read that each satellite, when they get the laser links going, each satellite will be capable of 10 gigabit. Now, if you think fiber optic, which I got the house here, is 1 gigabit. The average Starlink terminal only, unless you pay for the premium plan, only gives you about 100 to between 30 and 100 megabit between your terminal and the Starlink satellite. So that each satellite has to split up that 10 gigabytes between whatever it's going on the ground. But each terminal doesn't use that continuously. It goes in little spurts. So that they can spread that 10 gigabits over maybe 1,000 users. It's a mathematical thing that's even beyond my pay grade, but I understand the concept.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Well, no, I guess that takes care of those questions anyway. But well, thanks for the link there to the ready.gov. I'm all prepared now for our nuclear attack. I've got my mask and my social distancing measuring tape.
All right. Hey, you want to hear my prophecy of how this is going to go down?
What's your take? What do you think?
Okay, here we go. Now, I'm getting this over 60 years of because I'm turned 60 now, and I've watched this BS go on for a long time. Here's what's going to happen. The European Union decided they're going to send weapons in there, and it's going to have to come across the border of Poland. If you pull up the map, you can see Poland, which is part of NATO, borders the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't fly it in, so they're going to have to drive it in across that border. Putin's going to sit there and he's going to blow up some of those convoys. All right? So to escalate, the next escalation is going to be he's going to blow up the convoys, bringing the weapons in. After that, they're going to put a no-fly zone, like the Poland's will put the average distance weapon, air-to-air weapon is good for about 50 miles. So they'll put air-to-ground missiles and put a no-fly zone across that border. So at least, they'll be able to get the weapons that far. And then when Putin does that, he's going to go across that no-fly zone, and they're going to shoot down a few of his planes. Well, that's going to cause another escalation.
Yeah.
So then he'll probably shoot off an EMP over the Ukraine. That will knock out everybody's electronics in the Ukraine, because you can set those things where they only go up like 100 miles, and that just covers the country. But it doesn't recognize borders, so the EMP effect will go over partially into Poland, and I think, what's that one above it? Romania. I forgot the name of the country right above it, one right below it. So that'll escalate, and then the European Union say, well, we got to do the same thing. So they'll pop one off out there that'll probably take out Crimea, where their naval port is and all like that, knock out all their electronic stuff. And then after that, Russia's going to say, hey, we're tired of that, and they'll EMP Europe, which will knock out everybody's cell phones, so everybody will turn into zombies.
Wow, so you're talking about a big time escalation. I hope and pray it doesn't come to that, but As far as airspace is concerned, there's a number of those countries that have, they just announced yesterday that they're shutting down their airspace from Russian airlines. Now, you got Austria, Belgium, Italy, Spain, Ireland, and Iceland all said that they're closing their airspace to Russian planes. Sweden, Finland, and Denmark said they're preparing to do so. Germany said they will enforce the ban starting at 3 p.m. France and the Netherlands said they would close their airspace to Russian flights Sunday evening. Our European skies are open skies. They're open for those who connect people, not for those who seek to brutally aggress, said Belgium's prime minister. So when they say they're going to enforce these bans, yes, does that mean some of these flights may be taken out? All right, a flight ban has already been introduced by the UK, Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovenia, the Baltic states, Romania, and Bulgaria. That means Russian aircraft will not be able to fly over nor land in the countries that introduced them. Planes will also have to take routes around that banned airspace in order to reach destinations that aren't covered by the measure, which is going to delay the flight time. So with what unfolded this past day from Helsinki, almost all countries in the European Union's eastern flank will be closing their skies to Russia, making it very difficult for Russian planes to enter the European Union. Now, they do say Russia's retaliated with similar measures against some of the countries that introduced the ban. Some of the European Union's major airlines, German Lufthansa, the Dutch KLM, and Polish LOT, have canceled their flights to Russia. I guess that in part kind of goes hand in hand with telling any U.S. citizens that are still in Russia, get the hell out of there, because we don't know where this is going, and it's your opportunity to catch a flight, to get out of the country, is becoming more and more limited. And with that, a quick 2-minute timeout. Rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email from Doughboy a few minutes ago talking about the whole Starlink thing, and he said Starlink does let people in the U.S. use it for internet. My son just purchased Starlink internet. He said it's like 10 times faster than what he had before. $99 a month. Yeah, I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to. I know the Starlink had announced what do they call it, a beta? Where they're kind of a testing. They had invited people who wanted to take part. So, and again, I'm not sure how widespread it is, how much of the country it's covered by right now, but obviously for some, it is. All right, let's get to Chevy Guy. Happy Monday. What's going on?
Well, right now, I think somebody's mad at me. They beat in those clips on my airline or connectors, so I'm having to pull them out to get my glad hands on there. Well, I can't help it. If people don't want to work on Saturday, they might have come in here and seen all the loads were on. I don't take it as a guy, the first caller, being confused. Now, both you and him covered most of what I was wanting to call about, because it is good questions. Because we've been trying to figure out who is who over there. And this new president was like, not like Donald Trump, but he was a comedian.
Yeah.
And the people decided to vote him in. And when I got my cup of coffee this morning, sat down, I had a local news station. They were covering it and said that Putin was talking about going nuke or start up his nuke military. Well, that right there tells you that he's gone desperate. I think he believed it'd been about a 3 or 4 day deal, he'd have it done. And the young man in the first caller did ask, how are they taking out tanks? Well, if you remember in the Crimea, when they took Crimea under Obama, we were sending the Ukrainian military K-rations and blankets. But when Trump got in, he sent them anti-tank missiles. So they do have a supply of anti-tank missiles from the Trump era. So that's probably why they're taking them out. And I was seeing the video, like he said, the video is amazing what they're putting out there. It's crisp and clear. And right there, they got Russian soldiers in trucks, like a mile long, flying down along there. Man, a couple of A-10 Warthogs coming down on either side of that mess would kill a lot of Russian soldiers, and what they didn't kill would put them all to walking. But no, it just right now it's we'll see. Well, think about it this way: people had the access to Mein Kampf years before the World War II started, but Putin's already put out there that he dreams of bringing back the former Soviet Union. So he's not getting any younger. So he's planning on doing this sooner or later. Mm-hmm. So I am happy for one thing. It isn't the United States getting in there and wrapping it up. It is Germany. It is the NATO that's standing up to them. And I got to support whatever NATO does. And I've got my granddaughter's in Germany right now, and I'm just saying. I asked her. They said they're not drilling. They're not doing nothing. My granddaughter says it's a joke. They're not taking anything serious. They should have been training years ago. It's just like them weapons. The leader of their country, Ukrainian, he should have had them weapons in the hands. Why just men from teens to 60? They should have had it in the hands of men and women, and that you could have doubled the size of the army. And my goodness, look what they're doing. They're fighting this massive power. So I believe we need to get them the weapons, no real super high tech, the anti-tank missiles, the anti-personnel, whatever. But we need to reserve because if they lose, if Russia takes it over, anything high tech will be in their hands. So above all, prayers for the people in Ukraine. And that Jewish woman that said that she never, she regrets living this long to see this happen. And I will never forget the look on this Mexican mechanic's face when he's putting an airbag on my truck in the shop. He looks at me, he goes, why? If you have the biggest country on the planet, why do you want to take your neighbors? And I looked at him and I said, you or I will never understand the seduction of power. Putin is the richest person on the planet, really. He could just, live a good life. But this power of gain and becoming the emperor of the world, I guess. We got that problem in China too, and I'm still keeping an eye on China because right now, the more we get involved in this, I'm believing China's going to say, well, now's the time to move, Other than that, I don't know nothing. I'm glad I was wrong.
They're sitting back watching the global response. They're watching how the European Union and NATO, how they react. I guess they'll get a good sense of what they may face. And with that, hey, we got to get our news break in here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Representatives from Ukraine and Russia are slated to meet soon. It's the first diplomatic meeting since the Kremlin launched an invasion of Ukraine. According to the office of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the two sides will meet, quote, without preconditions. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union is taking more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. North Korea launched a ballistic missile into the sea while America and its allies are focused on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Some experts say North Korea is trying to perfect its weapons technology without interference from Washington. Japan's defense minister says the missile flew about 190 miles at maximum altitude before landing off North Korea's eastern coast. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets for MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, get back to your calls here momentarily. Under the industry headlines, we start things off this morning. Can't believe it's already that time of year again. The Florida Loves location asking truckers to plan ahead for the annual Bike Week event, which, again, will result in reduced overnight parking opportunities for drivers. Bike Week 2022 coming up March 4th through the 13th. Events every day from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. because of the major traffic created by this. The Ormond Beach Loves location will only be able to offer extremely limited overnight truck parking through that time frame, starting Thursday of this week, March 3rd through Sunday the 13th. During past Bike Week events, police have reported 2 to 3 mile backups on US 1 and Interstate 95 north and south of the Loves exit and the travel stop. Now, that increased traffic volumes for truckers waiting for fuel combined with the significant influx of cars, trucks, and bikes, causing traffic jams to the point where state police had to close the exit. Loves wants to provide necessary fueling for our professional truck driver customers, but to ensure that it's still available, we need to keep the trucks moving in and out at the exit. Of course, once the event concludes, it'll be back to normal. We've teamed up with the at the Ormond Beach location. We understand it's an inconvenience for our customers. We have engaged in more proactive communications to ensure our customers know the impact this event has on their routes and their ability to stop and park overnight. And we also hire police officers specifically to help direct traffic at our location all day to help ease congestion entering and exiting. So we thank you for your understanding. You've got a similar event that's called Biketoberfest that takes place each year over a 3-day period in the month of October. So get ready for that. Kicks in later this week. And see what's going on with Demon this morning. Hey there.
Another day in paradise. Finally glad to see some temperatures above zero.
You were in the deep...
Negative 12 coming across.
I was going to say, you were in the deep freeze last week, weren't you?
Yeah, it was just pretty chilly. It was negative 12 there across Elk Mountain, and then it was 61 there in Oakley today. So it's a 73 degree swing or something like that, or 6. I can't add. Yeah, 61 and 12, 73 degree swing today.
Wow.
But now are we supposed to wear a paper mask or N95 mask or cloth mask or or what? I'm I was trained in the military. We had a specific type of mask for nuclear, biological, chemical warfare, and and it goes the same with COVID. But we'll just leave it there. But I was listening to the news earlier, and they were talking about this whole him ramping up his nuclear readiness team and everything. There was a CIA guy on one of the news channels that said that that's what you call a de-escalation tactic, because everybody all of a sudden is sending, weapons and everything else to help Ukraine and everything. Well, that's just a tactic that, basically it's an escalation to de-escalate.
Huh.
It's just, and like I said, this is a CIA guy from, I don't remember who he was, but it made a lot of sense because he said, basically it's just Putin putting up a front saying, you keep doing this, I'm going to ready my nuclear team, and that way maybe, the West will back down. But like I said, kind of made sense in a way what he was saying. But I didn't listen to quite a bit of this, and they was talking about how the Russians come in on 3 fronts, and of course they opened the 4th front. They're coming in. Well, they got tanks that are running out of fuel and everything else, and I didn't see the video. I heard them talking about it, where one of the tanks ran out of fuel, and the Ukrainian people out there taunting the Russian soldiers, But they put no supply chain in with the columns of armor going in, and then they're blowing up the fuel depot outside Kiev. They're not, of course, they're not able to get hold of an airfield either, and not able to bring what they want to bring in. But that's the first rule of war: is you've got to take your logistics with you. You've got to take your fuel trucks, your food, and everything like that. Well, it sounds like what Putin has done is he's done basically what Saddam Hussein done back in the first Gulf War, whenever he sent all of his troops in with no food, no armor, no fuel, anything like that. And so when the Americans showed up, they're all sitting there with "I Love New York" shirts on and everything, ready to surrender. They said they caught one kid that was 19 years old, didn't even speak the language, didn't know what he was doing there. And they took him in to let him call his mom and everything, there's something not right about his whole tactic. And like everybody said, maybe he thought he was going to do that in 3 days, and the Ukrainians had taken lay their weapons down and be done, but he's meeting a lot more resistance.
Yep.
But So I don't know. I don't understand why there seems to be a lot of support coming out for Ukraine, verbally, orally, but there's no action. There's, like Bill was saying, a little less talk and a lot more action. We can all talk about helping them and everything and praying for them and everything like that, but and I believe in the power of prayer, but hey, let's go in there and help them. I don't think we need boots on the ground, but a no-fly zone and stuff like that, and we should have been doing something long before now. But I don't know. I don't understand all of it. I know that the reason they're not part of NATO is because they are corrupt. That's one of the biggest things. You can't be a corrupt nation and be part of NATO. But then I got my opinions about NATO too. Why are we paying all the money for NATO here in the United States whenever the other 29 countries are over there and we're here? They want us to come in and do all the dirty work. Well, now people got to stand on their own 2 feet and take care of themselves too. And NATO is not going to do anything without us. And we don't need to go over there. This is more of a political deal. And like the other hand said a while ago, this Poroshenko was the one that they all had all the problems with, the corruption and everything. Zelensky was brought in to get, and they got rid of Poroshenko. Zelensky's not the corrupt one. Poroshenko was pretty much run out because of all the corruption. But there's still much corruption there.
Right.
So
I mean, Putin thought that his forces would pretty much just, I guess, roll right into Kiev and take out Zelensky and all the top leadership for the military and whatnot, and then he'd be in control. I mean, going back to even like we were talking about it Friday morning, that the intelligence community expected that would have been wrapped up over the weekend. Kiev will fall over the weekend, and it hasn't happened. Now, what is it? All these other
48 hours.
These NATO members, they don't want to all be drug into actually being a part of the war, expanding the war throughout the NATO countries.
Right. They don't want it in Poland and Romania and Lithuania and all that. They don't want, but it just, I just can't see how they're all sitting back and going to let them get that much closer to their borders of NATO countries. The EU needs to do something, and NATO needs to do something. We can give support, but we don't need to put boots on the ground. And somebody said a while ago about taking the A-10s over there. Yeah, I thought about that too. But, there's European countries that have the same type of, anti-tank weaponry as we do that they could use too, if that's what they want. But that's who Ukraine ought to be asking for help from. But anyway, I'm not over there, in command and control, so I mean, I can see the mistakes being made by both sides. But anyway, so did you get your belly full of cake and ice cream?
Yeah, we had cupcakes and pizza.
Yeah. Sound like heartburn. Anyway. Okay, well, I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in. I usually don't have much to say about politics and war and everything, but that's what I got to say tonight,
Uh-huh.
Go over here and get this unloaded and go home for a couple days.
All right, well, enjoy the warmer temperatures.
Anyway.
Good to be out of the deep freeze, right? It's 8 before the hour. I guess story broke yesterday that, obviously, Zelensky is He's got the mark on his back. I mean, he is target number one to take down Ukraine. According to London's Daily Mail, like more than 400 Russian mercenaries have been flown in from Africa to assassinate Zelensky. A private militia known as the Wagner Group apparently has orders from Vladimir Putin to take out Zelensky and 23 other government figures to allow Moscow to take over. According to the Times, the Army for Hire, run by this oligarch, a close ally to the Russian president, who's often dubbed Putin's chef, was flown in 5 weeks ago and is being offered a huge sum for the mission. Now, these guys, the highly trained operatives, are said to be waiting for the green light from the Kremlin to pounce. They've got their hit list, including Ukraine's prime minister, the entire cabinet, the mayor of Kiev and his brother. And the plans are kind of rumbled after they reached the upper echelons of the Ukrainian government over the weekend, apparently Saturday morning. That prompted Kiev to declare a 36-hour hard curfew, ordering everyone indoors so soldiers could sweep the streets for Russian saboteurs. Citizens being warned that you risk being liquidated if you're spotted outside during the curfew hours, because you will automatically be assumed you're the enemy. A source with knowledge of this Wagner Group's activities said somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 mercenaries had actually arrived in Ukraine back in January, but they had different missions. Some were sent to the rebel-held regions in the east. About 400 were given the task with taking out Zelensky, headed to Kiev from Belarus. Now, supposedly, the group said to be tracking Zelensky and his colleagues via their mobile phones, claiming to know where they are at all times. Another source said the killers for hire have been told to put on the brakes while Putin holds, quote, peace talks with Zelensky this week. It's crazy stuff. It's about 5 before the hour. Get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Horse feathers just around the corner. We'll get to Pappy, and our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. We've had a pretty decent Monday here so far. Show's been moving right along. So I guess one thing there you want to try to make sure to get some clarification on there. Knucklebuster gave out some news there that we lost that Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan there last week.
Yes.
And want to make sure everybody realizes that's the one from the movie and not the TV show. Difference there. They weren't the same. They weren't the same two people there, right?
Okay.
But the one in the movie there, you got to see her naked there when they had that shower scene and the tent fell down. You got to, of course, you don't know if it was her or a body double, but yeah, the Hot Lips in that movie there was naked. So now that we got the important news out of the way. Wasn't there a deal with Crimea that they had a freshwater canal that went from Ukraine down to Crimea, and somewhere in the Ukraine somebody blew up something and dammed up the canal so that Crimea didn't have that flow of fresh water to them there, which caused a whole lot of problem with the local people having water to drink and water for farming? Know anything about that at all?
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember some of that, but no.
Yeah. So I guess that might be a little more, reason. But people keep looking for reasons why Putin's doing what he's doing, and I don't know if that's an additional factor into the reason for it. But anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out there because I'd heard something about that a while back, and then hadn't really heard a whole lot about it, and nobody explained a whole lot about it. So anyways, yesterday there, I sent you a couple things to your little cellular device there that you have. I didn't know the way you were able to play Moose's song or not, but there was an interview with, I don't know, is it Bill Fries? I forget how you say his last name there, but it's T.W. McCall. And a radio station in Detroit actually called and talked to him. And that's where the whole deal came out there with him having hospice care. But he's still up and out about with able to talk on the phone and carry a good conversation. And so, that was the deal when the Ambassador Bridge was closed there with the convoy up there in Canada there. And so I didn't know if you were interested in playing that, if we ran into some dead space here when things got slow, but seems like you got a pretty busy night, but I didn't know. I sent it to your cellular device.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. I had not seen that yet. So it's like an audio interview with him.
Yes, yeah, they got a whole podcast. It's like I don't know how long the podcast go, but the interview with C.W. McCall starts just before the 42-minute mark and lasts up about 6 minutes there, just into the 48-minute mark. But it's a Mike and somebody, I don't know, I can't remember. I sent you a picture of whose show it was there, but they're out of the Detroit area there somewhere. But with having the Ambassador Bridge closed there, they called to ask him what he thought about the song Convoy being used as, in a lot of people's, the news reports and everybody's social media stuff there and all that. So, but anyways, that's about what we got going for you. And I see you're at break time here, so I guess if we got something else, we'll check back in with you.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for the update. And yeah, have a good morning. We lost the Monkey Gouger. Where'd you go, Monkey Gouger? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the War 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
Another mask mandate for schools is being lifted. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, citing recent CDC guidance, says her state will lift the mandate this coming Wednesday. She says while some counties still have a higher positivity rate for COVID-19, she will allow those jurisdictions to do what's best for them. Hochul added parents can also send their kids to school masked if they choose to. In the Big Apple, Mayor Eric Adams says a final decision on masks in city public schools will be made on Friday. Some bars and liquor stores across the country are pulling Russian vodka off their shelves and promoting Ukraine brands. Some state governments are getting involved as well.
Ohio Republican Governor Mike DeWine directing state commerce officials to cease the purchase and sale of all vodka made by the Russian company Russian Standard Vodka. Liquor vendors also being told to immediately pull the vodka from their shelves. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175.
Jurors in the trial of former Louisville police detective Brian Hankinson were taken to the apartment where Breonna Taylor was shot and killed nearly 2 years ago.
Hankinson is on trial for 3 counts of wanton endangerment. He fired 10 shots into Taylor's apartment. 3 of those shots entered a neighbor's apartment where a woman was sleeping with her 5-year-old child. Police say no bullets from his gun actually hit Breonna Taylor.
USA's Wendy King from the Pacific Northwest. Hankinson was one of 3 police officers serving a no-knock warrant on Taylor's apartment. Nearly half of the 500 million free COVID-19 tests made available to the public by the Biden administration still have not been claimed. More than 45 million orders were received in January on the first day the tests were given away. Officials say that number has now dropped to 100,000 a day. A South Carolina man was sentenced to more than a decade in prison after the jury only took 8 minutes to convict. 30-year-old Kendrick Blackwell faced several drug charges when he was arrested at his home last month. On Thursday, he was convicted of trafficking methamphetamines. This is not the first drug conviction on his record. According to the state newspaper, he pleaded guilty to 2 drug charges in 2018. We have news for you on demand anytime, anywhere. Go to our website, usaradio.com, and be sure to look up USA Radio on Facebook. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back here on a Monday, favorite day of the week. Hey, but it is the last day of February, and we are one day closer to spring. And matter of fact, it won't be long now here. A few weeks away, we'll be springing forward, won't we? Spring forward. Lose an hour of sleep. Get back to your, 8 p.m. sunsets? It's the daylight hours get longer and longer. Because that's something to look forward to. I got an email from Vic here a few minutes ago. Sends me a link to a story from the National Review. I guess remembering Obama's Russia reset. Hillary and the Skalkova misadventure is the headline. And he said, Steve, this reprint from National Review explains the disastrous reset by Hillary. It seems the reset turned into a feud between Hillary and Vladimir that in turn turned into competition between the European Union, NATO, and Russia. But I thought Putin was smart enough to not get baited into a war. I mean, he had a guerrilla war occurring in the disputed Eastern Territory. The communist strategy for years was proxy wars until favorable elections occurred. With the West imposing all these sanctions, apparently, this generation of leaders aren't aware that the Soviet Union lived with the same restrictions for years during the Cold War. Now, will the sanctions cause Russia to buckle, or an alliance among the West Alliance's enemies? I suspect the latter, with the Chinese yuan replacing the American dollar. Now, as for nuclear, there are so many nuclear wastes around the world from the Cold War era. It won't take a nuclear bomb explosion to spread radioactivity. Radioactivity has already increased from dust stirred up at Chernobyl. Decommissioned nuclear submarines are poisoning the seas. Now, as a side note, NATO did their month-long annual exercises during the Cold War. By day number 20, it turned out that the only way NATO could win would be to use their nuclear weapons because of the USSR's superior numbers in tanks and artillery. Maybe Putin's considering that when he put his nuclear forces on alert. When Western companies start suffering economic losses from canceled sales, it's not going to be a pretty thing. All right. Regards, Vic. Thank you very much. Appreciate your input, your insight on a regular basis. We also touched Friday morning on Russia kind of saying with this conflict, well, what may happen with the International Space Station? Apparently, Elon Musk responded to that. He said SpaceX will rescue the International Space Station if Russia tries to drop it from orbit or after some of the threats from Putin's space chief. Dmitry Rogozin warned Russia tech and expertise is needed to prevent the International Space Station from crashing down onto the U.S. or Europe. Again, we touched on this Friday morning. If you block cooperation with us, who will save the space station from an uncontrolled deorbit and fall into the United States or Europe? Now, that was the tweet Friday after Biden announced the new sanctions. But Elon weighed in by replying to the threat with the SpaceX logo. When a Twitter user asked the billionaire if that means SpaceX would keep the space station from falling onto Earth, Musk replied, yes. He also replied to a tweet that showed the International Space Station without the Russian segment and a SpaceX Dragon attached instead. Good thread, Musk wrote. Russia is a key part of the 15-nation partnership that's kept the space station orbiting for 23 years, but obviously relations at an all-time low. Biden announcing the new sanctions that he said would degrade Russia's aerospace industry, including their space program. And that's when the Roscosmos director warned that the Russian engines control the station's orbit and location. What about the possibility of a 500-ton structure falling on India or China? All right, 14 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Get back to your calls here. Pappy on board. What's happening, Pappy?
Man, it just keeps getting deeper and deeper, don't it?
Yes.
My goodness, man. Wow. Hey, real quick, I just got back from the hospital. I'll give you a little update. They're going to do a sleep study on her, hopefully tomorrow. If the sleep study goes well, it's to see how well she sleeps at night without the vent on. Hopefully, we'll be able to take her off the ventilator. She's only on it at night. And once they can get her off the ventilator, they can move her out of the unit she's in now and over to the rehab unit and start the rehab. So let's hope that goes well. But Steve, man, talking about these Russian missionaries, you remember back in, I think it was 2017, 2018, when Trump pretty much wiped out the Taliban over in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was several Russian missionary troops that went into Syria to help them out. I can't remember the exact number. If it was 55, 100, I can't remember how many of these Russian missionaries went in there. Trump called Putin and said, hey, get these missionaries out of there or we're going to kill them. And Putin just disregarded it, right? Well, what happened, Steve? We smoked them. That's when we really kind of turned the tables in Syria. And then Russian missionaries got smoked. And what did Putin do about it? Nothing. Not a dang thing. Steve, listen, man, I was a squid. I was in the Navy, so when it comes to land warfare, I'm not, I'll just throw my 2 cents out here. But Putin's got a problem on his hands, Steve. I think he went in and he stopped 25, 30 miles out of Kiev on purpose. they just kind of pulled back rather than going right in and having a major house-to-house, building-to-building battle in there. He's got a problem with that, Steve. A lot of these people are Russian, Steve. The people in Russia don't want their cousins, and second cousins that are living in Ukraine killed.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to see, any of their military members getting killed over this neither. That's why you're seeing the protests over in Russia. So he's in a little sticky situation here, man. If the Russian people and the oligarchs over there really turn on him and this goes south, he might just try to, take a little portion of the eastern side there, and let's call it truce, and that way everybody can go home holding their head high. I don't know. But I don't know if you're going to see any building-to-building, hand-to-hand combat. He doesn't have to do it, Steve. He can just sit back and cut off the supply line. I mean, sooner or later, Steve, they're going to run out of food. Ukrainians, water supply, food supply. I mean, other callers said it before, Steve. How are you going to get these Stinger and Javelin? How are you going to get them in there, Steve? That's the problem. Everybody's running their mouth a little bit too late here. Why weren't these things sent in months ago? That all talk. I don't see how they can get them in there. If there is a convoy of these things, Putin's just going to bomb them. They're going to be able to get their hands on them. I don't know. It's just my food for thought, Steve. I think he's just going to pull back and sit right there and wait for his supply lines to catch up to him and kind of wait it out. I don't know. We'll see. Hope the morale in Ukraine, which is high right now, didn't expect this.
Well, I heard Bongino yesterday talking about, with all the tanks that are rolling in. I mean, without the food and the supply lines and the fuel and all that, how many MREs do they have packed into the tank, for those soldiers to survive?
Yeah, he made a good point. If the Ukrainians can cut off the Russian supply lines now, that's a big problem. If they could kind of outflank them there a little bit somehow. I don't know how deep where these supplies are coming from, but Bongino made it sound like it's a pretty good little track getting supplies from Russia to them. And we could get some guerrilla warfare going on in there and knock their supply lines out too. That would be a big help. But, man, Steve, I think, I respect the opinion from our Australian friend there. I'd like to get his thoughts on this. Let me throw something out here to you. I said this before. If it wasn't for the West approaching in on Russia's territory, when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, I think it was December of 1991, I'm wanting to say, when the USSR collapsed. Steve, the United States promised them that NATO would not move east. It was James Baker was the Secretary of State under Clinton then, and we promised them, man, we would not move east. But what happened is that these countries around Russia started peeling off and asking to get into NATO, And obviously NATO was, we'll let you in. Kept getting east, moving east, further east, Russia. And, think, if you put yourself in Putin's shoes, man, right? Think of what he's thinking. You got NATO approaching in on his country. It's no different in the United States. If Russia started moving in, or China started moving in closer to the United States down in Southern America, which they got plans on, Steve. Mm-hmm. And next thing you know, they're knocking on the door of Mexico. What would the United States be saying? Hey, get the hell out of here, man. you guys are getting a little bit too close for comfort. So if you try to put yourself in Putin's head, I think that's got a lot to do with it. But I think, is it Philip over in Australia? Is that his name?
Sylvester.
I'm sorry, Sylvester. He makes a good point, though. I mean, I think ever since Putin came in power, he had plans to bring back the old Soviet Union. And he might have done it anyway without any of this foolishness. You know, I don't know. But, man, it's just getting uglier and uglier. But I think the sanctions are all talk, Steve. They're not hitting them hard with really anything that I've heard. I haven't heard much today, but we'll see, man. Stock up on some water and canned goods, my man.
Just in case. I did see, I mean, according to the headline from Drudge, Finland and Sweden are now, I guess, looking to join NATO as well.
Yeah, you know, man. Yeah, I don't know. And we're gonna have to just see how this plays out, Steve. I mean, this could either play out well for the West, or it could not play out well. I don't know, man. I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what's going to happen, man. So, I mean, time will tell.
Yep. But not a pretty thing.
No, sir. I mean, it could. I mean, then if China moves in on Taiwan, see, Ukraine is no economics to us at all. You know, that's why, you know, I don't think anybody's getting involved in Ukraine. Nobody's going to send troops in. I think it's just all talk, you know, with these supply lines. But I'll tell you what, if China moves on Taiwan, that's all bets are off. That's a game changer. That's definitely a game changer. So, all right, my man. Everybody stay safe out there.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in, and good to hear Mercedes is doing a bit better. He shared a photo there on Friday. She's sitting up in a chair. I guess she had a bit of a smile on her face, but she was awake, you know, so positive movement in the right direction. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
probably seen some of the memes, the photographs depicting Joe Biden making the statement, why does anyone need an AR-15 or an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine? Why would anyone need that? Say, well, turn on the television. What you're witnessing unfolding in Ukraine is exactly the reason why. Zelensky in Kiev, they've been pretty much, they're handing out rifles. They're handing out weapons to anyone who's willing to step up to defend the city. Now, when you get average, everyday civilians, by no means any training militarily, you're trying to come up against highly trained professional soldiers. I mean, it's pretty simple to figure out who's probably going to win that battle, but the people looking to try to defend their community. All right, we'll get about a minute from news break, so we'll get the very latest coming up here, after which we'll get back to your calls. Knucklebuster back online, wants to chime in. It's been a while. It's been nearly a week, I think, since we heard from Philip. I got an email from him over the weekend, said, sorry, it's been such a long time, but it looks like Philip is on hold. We'll get an update. What's been happening? After which, of course, there's room for you. Again, at 844-3388. Rolling into a Monday. Lots going on in this strange world we live in. Coming up, I've got to share this, something I encountered over the weekend for the very first time. Right on the heels of, I shared a video, which it was a Babylon Bee kind of thing. It was meant to be kind of a joke, but it is more or less the reality of what we're dealing with in this crazy country today. But you hang in for all that. Just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
The product that you have given me here is sent to me from heaven. I love it a great deal. It's hard to find anything that's real nowadays. I enjoy it immensely. It's making my life so much better. I feel so much better.
It's really fantastic. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced that it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
You've been driving in the carpool lane for the past 3 miles. Alone.
Alone? Well, you should know that my pronouns are they, them. So we can drive in the carpool lane.
I got a driver out here in the carpool lane says her pronouns are they.
Excuse me, her?
All right, let's just get your license and registration, please, ma'am, them, you. Can I say you?
You want me to provide photo ID? Racist much?
Okay, how about just a vaccine card then?
Yeah, no problem. I've got all my medical records right here. We were boosted 7 times, 1 for each of us. Anyway, it's all there. Are we free to go, sir?
Wait. I'm sorry, did you just assume my gender? It's actually offensive to look at somebody and assume by their appearance that they are a man or a woman.
Man or woman? Now you're implicitly perpetuating the oppressive societal construct of the gender binary onto me, a victim of violent police aggression!
Please stop yelling!
verbal attacks or violence, which is triggering.
Trigger? Are you gonna shoot me? I literally can't even.
Don't you mean we?
Yeah, we literally can't even.
Saying you can't do something is ableist and mocks people that actually have a mental or physical disability.
We have a mental disability.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I'm 1024th Navajo, and you're lucky that I'm giving you a fine and not kicking you off my ancestral land that you white colonizers stole from my people.
You can't find we. That money funds police departments and perpetuates the terrorization of underprivileged communities and the expansion of the police state.
Yeah, it goes on from there, but you get the idea. It's again a Babylon Bee. It's supposed to be funny, kind of. So here's my experience. I posted that on Friday morning, shared it for a laugh, because to some extent we are dealing with that mentality in this society. Don't refer to me just because I look like a man or I look like a woman. You cannot assume my gender. Okay, I'm thinking, there are some people out there that really have some mental issues in this day and age. So here we are, Saturday, Western Bowl, big bowling alley, west side of Cincinnati. That's Avery's birthday party. So he wanted to have his party so the kids could bowl and play some games, have pizza, cupcakes, open the presents, family all together, grandparents from both sides. And early on, of course, since we had the big party, we had a table set up with the balloons and all that. And here come the bartender. And Lauren's mom said, that guy's going to be taking care of us. And he stops in his tracks. Do not refer to me as that guy. And with that, he just kind of huffed off and went taking care of somebody at another party, a couple of lanes down from us. I'm like, what the hell? Really, dude? I mean, really? What does he want to be referred to as? I didn't think more about it, but so here, 20 minutes later, I'm down at the bar ordering the wife and my mother some drinks. Said, I need a Bloody Mary, and I think the wife wants what'd she say, vodka, cranberry juice, and Sprite. So he's making the drinks. And he said, vodka, cranberry juice, and Sprite, right? I said, yes, sir. Oh, boy. I said, yes, sir. What's the dude? He stops and he looks at me. I mean, if looks could kill. And I kind of covered my mouth and said, I'm sorry. What is your preferred pronoun? And he says, usually she. Oh. Now, there were some things I wanted to say, like, well, do you happen to have a vagina? But I didn't want my wife or my mother to end up with a big loogie or something even worse possibly in their drink, so I simply apologized and moved on from there. Dude, you've got a penis. You're not a she. But that's the first time I've actually ever experienced. And this guy, I mean, you're talking about off the rails, over the top of being referred to as a guy. But that's what he was. Yeah, he walked a little light in his loafers, but what can you say? She. Okay. So I moved on from there. And if I happened to return to the bar, which I did a couple of times, I made a concerted effort to remember not to say yes, sir. And of course, I didn't say yes, ma'am. I just said, yeah. One of my fun experiences over the weekend there, Knucklebuster.
Oh, man, sounds like you should have just done like Spaceman, dude. What's up, dude? I think that may be what was going on there with him, Mark.
Yeah.
Well, let's get this bad part out of the way. I'd have wanted to have been corrected about something I had to say, I would have stayed at the house and let Tennessee do it for me. Oh, I'm just kidding there, Horse Feathers. You can correct me anytime, but I need somebody to keep me on the straight and narrow every day of the week there, Steve. I get in so much trouble every day. So sounds like you're right in the same boat there, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess it comes to being with something being old there. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't got a clue there, but anyway, I don't know. It's that Ukraine garbage over there. I'm just wondering if it's all just a bunch of smoke and beers and what's really happening behind the scenes there. I don't know. I just read the Bible and take it for its word there that 10 toes are going to crumble and we're gonna be in one hell of a mess when it all said and done there. But like I said, I've read the back of the book. Jesus wins. That's all that matters. All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, we'll call you later, and maybe Horse Feathers won't have to correct me about something I said this go around.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. And it is 844-844-3388. It's Navistar. Navistar recalling thousands of international trucks regarding an issue with the backup lights. More than 4,000 international truck models, LT and RH, model year 2019, part of the recall. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they say the LED backup lights are the incorrect color white. As such, these lights fail to comply with the requirements of the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard number 108, lamps, reflective devices, and associated equipment. Incorrect color backup lights may decrease vehicle visibility of the international trucks to other drivers, increasing the risk of a crash, they said. Owners of the notified trucks expected to be notified around April 18. Dealers will inspect and replace the backup lights as necessary. Now, this recall is an extension of a Weldon recall from back in 2018. The lighting manufacturer tested the color of 2 lighting samples. Results revealed the samples fell outside the color boundaries for white light. Weldon filed a petition for inconsequential noncompliance. They claimed that the slight color deviation does not create an enhanced risk to vehicle safety. That petition apparently was denied this month. Consequently, Weldon initiated the recall process. More than 6,000 vehicles identified as potentially affected, including the international trucks, the recall that we just shared. So if that is more than 4,000, there could be, I guess, some other trucks that may be using the same kind of lights, I guess. All right, we had the 6 states project that ran, a week or so ago, February the 18th through the 21st. Yeah, the numbers are in from Ohio. The Highway Patrol made 11 DUI arrests, issued hundreds of citations, part of the 6-state Trooper Project. Looks like they focused on speed, safety belts, and OVI enforcement on Interstate 75. During the project, Ohio State Highway Patrol charged 444 people, 396 for speed violations, 37 for seatbelt violations, and 11 on OVI charges. Now, this was the effort that also involved Kentucky and Michigan State Police. Ohio actually had the least citations of those 3 states. So higher numbers even in Kentucky and Michigan. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Oh, I meant to break it down for you. Kicking off race season once again. South Georgia Motorsports Park, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. So Kyle had called in there early Friday morning and explained they thought they had, they had an injector issue that they believed they had rectified. And I guess they had worked through the night trying to get things ready to roll for Fridays. I guess that would have still been a qualifying run. Yeah, but long story short, he said they really thought they were on to something. And from the start, if they had been spinning the tires had been a big issue. Couldn't get the grip, couldn't get the gear ratio just right, so they didn't spin the tires. But on this run, it looks like they came out of the box like a bullet, and they've got all the telemetry, everything's synced up to computers that monitors everything that's happening under the hood. And I believe Kyle explained at 3.07 seconds, something gave up, and it turned out to be the oil pump, and that was enough to shave. You're talking literally hundredths of a second. Yeah, rather than breaking their old world record of from last year at the same track at 3.098, something like that. But the first ever diesel to break into the threes, they ended up at 4.2, shaved just a couple of tenths of a second off. So they did not break their old record, but yeah, that the fuel pump kicked the bucket. It supposedly said that's a part that seldom is known to have any kind of issues. So they kind of had to load things up, and he said you wouldn't believe what would the irony be of their hauler, their truck, having the fuel pump go out as they were trying to make their way back from South Georgia to Columbus, Ohio. It was just not the oil pump weekend for the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel. Now, I did say they had several other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers down there. over the weekend, and they fared pretty well. So all said and done, not a bad weekend, but they really had their hopes set on setting anew a diesel record there with the Fire Punk Diesel. So we'll get them next time, as they say. It's 8 before the hour, and our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Philip.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Long time no talk. Did you go on vacation or just take a break? Or?
Well, I took a little break, but part of it was phone-induced. The world of 3G is going away, and it kind of affected me a little bit. Not only did I have that crap going on, but I decided to change phone carriers, which means I had to transfer my number to another carrier and spend 7 hours doing that. And then I also went from an iPhone to an Android. So it's been a fun week, man. It's been a real fun week. And then everything going on with across the water there, I tell you what, it's been crazy over there in the Ukraine.
Yes.
Not too many people. I don't know, Steve. Did you know much about the USSR before any of this happened?
I mean, not a whole heck of a lot. I mean, going back, I remember the Reagan era and the Berlin Wall coming down and the Soviet Union, all the breakaways that separated from the USSR.
Well, when I was growing up, I grew up in the cold era. So, we had 45 years of the cold era with those guys over there. So there wasn't too much that, there wasn't a lot of what went on with their country and our history brought over here when I was growing up. But in the last 4 days, I've learned more about the Soviets than I have probably in a lifetime. And it's amazing. It really is. I mean, just how they divided the country up with the USSR, how when everybody parted in 91 and they separated it, who had this, who had that. And that's what's going on right now. And I think a lot of it is, another thing we got to watch out, is I think a lot of it is a diversion, Steve, because I think that there are going to be a lot of people surprised if these other countries don't get involved, like China, and we'll see other things happening besides what you're seeing there. What do you think?
That's kind of frightening, Philip. I got to be honest with you. Very scary.
It's very scary stuff. I mean, but when you sit down and you look at it, I mean, you've got to look at the great wars that have happened in the past, World War I, World War II. And if you look at both World War I and World War II, the Ukraine was involved with it. The one thing that I noticed with that country is, and I think it's because of its geographical location, is it's diverse with a lot of different people with a lot of different views, and some of them take with different sides. And the East takes with Russia, and then the West takes with the west side of that part of the world. So, I mean, you look during World War II, the west side of the Ukraine sided with the Nazis, and the east side was with the Russians. And there's a lot of history there. And it's crazy stuff. I've learned more, in the last few days about that place than I did a lot of reading and everything. Steve, did you ever think about what's going on with that space station up there right now?
Well, we were talking about that last hour. Yeah, I mean, Russia's threatening to, I guess, bring their cosmonauts back and just let it deorbit or something.
Well, you got to look at it this way. I'm not trying to be too technical here, and I don't know if a lot of people know about this, but do you know what the term propulsion means, Steve? And if propulsion's what moves a unit, no matter if it's a truck or a vehicle in space, the Russians control the propulsion side of that space station.
Correct.
And if we lose that ability to move that, and they take it away from us, then that station's not going to be there. It's going to be wherever they put it. Now, the other thing that we got to look at is the vehicles that take those astronauts up there are not just like your drive off the lot car. Everything is custom made, so you can't just bring an astronaut back in a different capsule. I mean, if you have to, worst comes to worst, I imagine they would, but all that stuff is custom made to each one of those astronauts up there, be it a seat in a capsule or be it whatever's going on in that space station. So it's a really messed up situation. I know NASA right now is in talks with the ESA, which is the European Space Agency, about that space station and what's going to happen to it. And they don't know. You know, I mean, hopefully they don't deorbit it, because if they do, that's going to be a lot of money down the tube that a lot of nations have put up there. So it's to sit and wait. And Steve, think about all the rocket programs that use Russian parts for their rockets, like Northrop Grumman, your Delta 5s, your Atlas 5s, different rockets use their engines, and they can't get parts for those rockets. There ain't going to be no rockets with those guys. So Elon Musk is sitting back and just chilling out right now. So he's just waiting. I mean, he is waiting. He's ready to go. So have you done any study about that, Steve?
All I know is what I shared last hour, the fact that he showed what kind of a photograph of the space station without the Russian propulsion segment with I guess, was that a Dragon capsule that I guess would be able to use its propulsion to move it?
Yeah, there is talks about him getting 2 Dragon capsules up there, and it would take 2 crews to do it, but they're going to switch the propulsion over and change it over to where we could take control of it and be back going again. Now, whether it happens or not, I don't know. We'll see. I have to stand by. I just hope to God that they bring everybody back, because that's not the kind of stuff you want to hear, you know. And I heard there was some crazy tweets from their upper guys in Russia about threatening to do that kind of stuff. They even talked about taking their stuff off of it, which if they take all their stuff off of it, that's a big portion of the space station itself as far as the modules go. So I'm going to stand back and wait. Hopefully Putin gets our but I hope our administration stands by. Hey, Steve, can I hold on? Because I know you got to go to break. Is that okay?
Absolutely, yeah. Because after we wrap things up with Philip, we've got a clear line. So jump on in here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Russia is continuing to be singled out by the West for invading Ukraine. British oil giant BP says it will exit its 20% stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft. That equity has been valued at $14 billion. Europe itself is also taking action. The EU says it will close its airspace to Russian flights and finance weapons for Ukraine. Canada has also closed its airspace to Russian flights. Nearly half of the 500 million free COVID-19 tests made available to the public by the Biden administration still haven't been claimed. More than 45 million orders were received in January on the first day that tests were given away. Officials say that number has now dropped to 100,000 a day. Former President Trump was the featured speaker at the Saturday edition of CPAC in Florida. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
The national soccer teams for Poland and Sweden say they have no intention of playing Russia in upcoming World Cup playoff qualifiers in March. Both teams cite the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The leaders of both teams urged FIFA to cancel matches where Russia is a participant. A study released this week found stand your ground laws are associated with an increase in gun homicides. The report issued by the Journal of American Medical Association found that monthly homicides by firearms rose up to 11% in 23 states that enacted the laws. The greatest increases were in Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, and Missouri, where it ranged from 16 to 33.5%. The study also found some states like Texas and Arizona didn't have any significant increases after laws passed there. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist panned President Biden's job in his first year. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Workers at another Starbucks brewed up another union.
Employees at a Starbucks in suburban Phoenix voted to form a union, becoming the first store outside of New York to organize. Several workers from a Mesa Starbucks store cheered and hugged at a local union hall after the results came in. Workers were overwhelmingly in favor of unionizing, voting 25-3. Starbucks spokesman Reggie Borges said the company will respect the process and bargain in good faith. We hope the union does the same. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
One man is dead and 13 others were wounded during a party early Saturday morning at a Las Vegas hookah bar. Police say 2 people got into an argument and exchanged gunfire. Captain Dory Corin is with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Our officers did an exceptional job immediately securing the scene and rendering aid, to include applying tourniquets and providing CPR.
No suspect descriptions were readily available. Uncharted, based on the video game, led ticket sales at the box office for the second weekend in a row. It made more than $23 million. The film stars Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg. Dogs starring Channing Tatum landed the number 2 spot. Rounding out the top 5 were Spider-Man No Way Home, Death on the Nile, and Jackass Forever. For news on demand at any time, go to our website, usaradio.com, and be sure to look for us on Facebook. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday as we close out the month of February. We crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. welcome in. You had a good weekend? Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Well, we all know the prices at the pump are going up and away. And as things continue to spiral out of control, what's going to happen next with the Russian oil that's placed on the market? And how, pray tell, was the United States still, to this day, in a position to be relying on up to somewhere between 200,000 and 400,000 barrels of Russian oil every day? Should we not have got off that a long time ago? How to make up for it? Oh, yeah, all the experts all weekend citing if you'll reopen the Keystone XL pipeline or finish up the Keystone pipeline, you take away some of the disincentive for the fracking and oil companies to get out there and start using some of the resources we have right here in our own yard. Why are we still relying on Russia? But latest numbers, prices up another 10 cents. Big spike over the past 2 weeks. National average is now $3.64 per gallon. According to the Lundberg survey this past day, the price jump after a rise in crude costs, global supply concerns. And yes, Lundberg says further increases are likely. Price at the pump about $1 higher than it was this time a year ago. Nationwide, the highest average for a gallon of regular grade gas is in the San Francisco Bay Area at $4.86 per gallon. Lowest average, Houston, at $3.14 per gallon. Lundberg says the national average for the price of a gallon of diesel is now at $4.02 per gallon. Yes, and you're paying right at $5 per gallon for diesel fuel there in California. Yeah, with that, our number 844-844-3388. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Philip. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, bud. We were talking about Ukraine earlier. The one reason that Putin wanted Ukraine, and a lot of people probably don't realize this either. We all know about Chernobyl. Chernobyl was not the only nuclear plant that was in Ukraine. There's other ones in Ukraine, and pretty much the big power grid for over there is in the Ukraine, as well as what they needed for their food and whatnot. I mean, there are a lot of land where they grew a lot of corn and whatnot over there. So it's pretty interesting about Ukraine, Steve. I just hope everybody out there kind of does some research about Ukraine. So, Steve, did you hear about the new addition to I-4 down here in Orlando?
I did not.
Okay, so right now, and it's open, I'm driving on I-4. I rode in them yesterday. I went to work and then I went back. They've opened up 2 express lanes on each side in the middle of I-4. Now, these express lanes are going to be tolled eventually. Right now, they've got a free period for like 5 days, and then they're going to go back. They're going to go to tolling them. But it's basically 2 lanes of traffic on each side of the interstate. And if you want to get into the express lanes and you got a car or you have a 2-axle vehicle, now they will not let you take a single-axle tractor on there, so don't try to take your single-axle Volvo on there, neighbor, please. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say that. But these 2 lanes are express. They're express lanes. I drove them yesterday. They're durable. They're concrete. They're grooved. They'll blind you to death. So, but if you look it up, Steve, there have actually been some individuals that have tried playing the speed game on them and have got a big ticket. We had, I think they had 3 to 4 people going over 100 miles an hour on these express lanes. So, if you get a chance, check that information out. it's interesting as far as I-4 goes down here. They say it's going to relieve congestion. I don't believe it will. I think it's just going to make more money. I'm going to stay to the right and be in the local lanes for myself. So if you're coming to Orlando, now we have local lanes and express lanes. And by the way, the speed limit's the same on either or. So 60 miles an hour down through the middle of Orlando. So that's all I got today, Steve. Sorry I wasn't on last week. Just had a lot of things going on, and I'll give you a call back when I can. Thanks, bud.
Good to have you back with us then. Thank you very much, Philip in Florida. All right, so we've got clear lines. First time this morning, wide open at 844-844-3388. All right, we all know the supply chain issues are continuing. And in my conversations with Kyle this past evening, before we got underway this morning, he's kind of highlighting that what's been realistically 2 years, even there at Hot Shot Secret, it's can't get bottles, can't get this, things you can't get, the raw materials to blend the actual products. Various products being unavailable from time to time, just cannot get the products, the raw materials. And he says it doesn't seem to be getting any better. It's actually going the wrong direction. Appears to be getting worse. Well, as the supply chain issues persist, industry leaders continue to grasp at solutions. The perfect answer from this landline report appears to be elusive. But according to the president and CEO of the Idaho Trucking Association, Alan Hodges, he said the answer is not driver pay. I do not believe it's how much they're earning, because we have members now that pay six figures to drive a truck. And it doesn't require a college degree or anything. We have a lot of members that pay high five-figure salaries. Now, his claim is not unfounded, although it may not tell the whole story. A search of trucking jobs in Idaho with salaries of $85,000 or better via Indeed.com returned 605 results. Among those, 290 of the listings claiming to provide weekly home time. OIDA has been researching driver pay. Their data and input from drivers shows that high salaries are usually offset by much higher costs, such as truck payments, insurance, costs associated with running a business. Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA, said, pay tops the list of concerns for truck drivers. Pay them, and you won't have a shortage. Top driver issue with drivers, pay and parking, 1 and 2. He said that's according to the actual drivers. So the notion of entering a perceived driver shortage or ending it by increasing pay, they go back to the 2019 report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that bore that out. A lot of this is the lifestyle, a lot of it's misconceptions. People here driving a truck and that they're going to be gone home for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, which is not necessarily true. We need cement truck drivers. We need dump truck drivers. We need log truck drivers. Now, these kind of jobs will get you home every day. Not everyone can run local. Even when you do, it is long hours. Food, lifestyle, other issues are why people don't want to drive a truck. One measure taken by the Idaho Trucking Association to combat the perceived shortage is recruiting younger drivers. A mobile trucking simulator purchased by the association earlier this year is actually making stops at high schools across the state of Idaho. We go to the schools, we let them participate in a simulator, which is very realistic. It gives them a taste of what trucking careers are like. We're finding out that people aren't engaging our youth anymore. whether it's the plumbing trade or the truck driving trade. Anytime you've got an aging workforce, the need to bring young drivers into the industry has been noted January of this year. The FMCSA announced the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Program, the pilot program. That's going to put select 18, 19, and 20-year-olds the opportunity to drive interstate routes. Pros and cons there. OOIDA still does not support putting the younger drivers behind the wheel. But all right, other industry headlines to come on a Monday morning. Hour number 844-844-3388. What's going on in your world? How was your weekend? Anything happening on the track over the weekend? Oh, yes, there was. More to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourBP.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Say good morning to the One Stack Mac. Got your email. Thank you very much. And yeah, absolutely, if you'd like to do that. He said, I'm a big race fan, and I missed the racing report that you had on your other gig. So I put a little bit of the racing stuff together from over the weekend. If it's something you'd like to use, I can maybe do it more often over the weekends, but thanks for keeping us awake at night. All right, in the world of motorsports, Formula One announced Friday they would not hold the 2022 Russian Grand Prix that was slated for September the 25th, obviously due to the situation happening there in Ukraine. NASCAR racing at Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California, where last year's winner, Alex Bowman, lined up 14th with Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric capturing the pole. The beginning portion of the race had Tyler Reddick in control by winning both the first and second stages. Reddick's luck changed on lap 161 when he had a left rear tire go down while leading in turn one. He was able to keep control of his car, but was sideswiped moments later by William Byron after contact between Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. Elliott later spins, setting up a 4-lap shootout. Larson took the lead off the restart, but is momentarily passed by Daniel Suarez. Larson took the lead back with 1 lap to go and went on to hold off Austin Dillon, Eric Jones, and Daniel Suarez and Joey Logano, rounding out the top 5 there. Other notable finishes include Daniel Hemrick, who finished 9th after at one point being 6 laps down. Kyle Busch, who finished 14th after spending most of the race several laps down due to an early race cooling issue and getting back on the lead lap with 4 laps to go. Kurt Busch was the highest Toyota, finishing 8th after starting last. The top 10 had 9 different team owners, with the top 4 finishers driving a Chevrolet. So it sounds like it was right on the heels of the Daytona 500, 1 Chevrolet in the top 10, and that was at the 10th spot to bounce back and have 9 Chevrolets, top 4 finishes in a Chevrolet. IndyCar started the 22 season off at St. Petersburg, Florida Sunday. Scott McLaughlin started on the pole despite 2021 IndyCar champion Alex Palou chasing Scott for the remaining 10 laps. He was able to hold Alex off for the win. This is Scott's first career IndyCar win. And one final footnote from NASCAR. Kurt Busch, driver of the number 45, failed pre-qualifying inspection 3 times Friday, resulting in his crew chief, David Bryant, being ejected. Busch was then ineligible to qualify for Sunday's race and must serve a pass-through penalty once the race goes green. 6 other cars actually failed inspection twice, resulting in having a crew member ejected and lose their pit stall selection for the race. All right, thank you so much to the One Stack Mac. 24 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Well, as anticipated, we got the new guidelines from the CDC on Friday. And they have dramatically eased their COVID guidelines for when and where we should wear masks indoors. A move that means 72% of the population will reside in communities where indoor face coverings are no longer recommended. The new guidelines shifting from a focus of the COVID transmission to local hospitalizations, hospital capacity, and infection rates. Under the previous guidelines, 95% of counties in this country were considered to be experiencing high transmission, leaving just 5% of counties under the recommendation to abandon the indoor mask mandates. Now, as we continue to see the wave of infections from the Omicron variant subsiding substantially in the United States, and states like New Jersey have announced plans to lift their indoor mandates for masks in schools and other places here in the coming days. Kids will finally, after 2 years, get to take the damn mask off. Of course, with the pandemic now over 2 years old, many Americans are tired of wearing masks. In addition, studies have shown that for vaccinated people, infections from the Omicron variant were less severe, less likely to cause hospitalization than previous versions of COVID. All right, so let me see. Horse feathers, we lost the horse feathers there. He was hanging on. And so we've got clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. Jump on board. We got a long way to go here on a Monday morning. Did not get to catch Trump at CPAC over the weekend. But he pretty much talking about the invasion of Ukraine has been a catastrophic disaster. But while Democrats in Washington are rushing to the microphone to declare that the country's borders are sacred, they're not concerned about the catastrophe at the U.S.-Mexico border, which, yeah, that's true. We feel for Ukraine in so many ways, but their sovereignty must be defended at all cost, they say, even while they're destroying our own borders and surrendering our sovereignty. We've got a border that's a catastrophe. We have people coming into our country that we don't want. They're not going to be good for our country. We're going to be paying a price for years, many years to come. He also told the audience there in Orlando, terrorists are coming into the country by plane after leaving during the evacuation. But the White House official said people coming in are the ones who rushed the planes. These are the people that you're going to be paying a big price for in the years to come. Meanwhile, the most important duty of all elected lawmakers is to protect and defend the United States. That begins with protecting and defending our own borders. But under Joe Biden, we're losing our country. I mean, it's no different than if we had lost it in a war. Millions pouring into the country. I think we all know the rest of the story because we've been watching this unfold from day one of the Joe Biden administration. All right, we'll get our bottom of the hour news break here and come back with more. Clear lines at 844-844-3388 on a Back to Work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Russia is continuing to be singled out by the West for invading Ukraine. British oil giant BP says it will exit its 20% stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft. That equity has been valued at $14 billion. Europe itself is also taking action. The EU says it will close its airspace to Russian flights and finance weapons for Ukraine. Canada has also closed its airspace to Russian flights. Nearly half of the 500 million free COVID-19 tests made available to the public by the Biden administration still haven't been claimed. More than 45 million orders were received in January on the first day the tests were given away. Officials say that number has now dropped to 100,000 a day. Former President Trump was the featured speaker at the Saturday edition of CPAC in Florida. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, aside from that, how was your weekend? Anything special? Definitely enjoyed some of the warmer daytime temperatures. Still getting pretty cool during the overnight hours. We're just above the freezing mark outside the secret bunker, as a matter of fact, at this hour, showing 33. But it's very calm, so I don't really have the wind chill to contend with. Yeah, meanwhile, it is 844-3388. If you weren't with us, hour number one, we're going to be looking at kind of a busy week along the northern tier of the country. One Alberta clipper after another. When they talk about meteorological spring, that's like March, April, May. So meteorological spring knocking on the door. But from the Great Lakes to New England, you're going to be dealing with more wintry weather for the first few days of March for sure. We started with the burst of snow showers and squalls across the Northeast this past day before that first clipper pushes into Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which is beginning to unfold as we speak between now and Monday night. Same clippers going to be moving through the Northeast Tuesday into Tuesday night. Yeah, generally, I'm looking at the zone, maybe just Northeast Ohio, Northern Pennsylvania, much of New York. Yeah, of course, starting back in North Dakota, across the northern half of Minnesota and Wisconsin. That's the path of these clippers, 2 to 3 inches, generally speaking, along the way. But you finally beginning to warm up a little bit. The bitter cold that we were looking at a week ago, where we even saw some 40 below wind chills, in temperatures only in the lower 20s for daytime highs. So a little bit of a warm up here. And we'll see this persistent clippers going to be keeping the temperatures more consistent and closer to average for the upper Midwest. Areas further south really do begin to warm up. This week, cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you'll stay south of the snow, but temperatures in the 50s Tuesday and Wednesdays. Even further north, Buffalo, New York, Boston. You'll continue to ride kind of a temperature roller coaster. Temperatures bouncing back and forth between the 20s and the 40s. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'm looking here, and is that who we got on the line?
Oh, hey, good morning, Steve. This is Dipsy Driver.
Dipsy Driver. All right, it said Gypsy. That's close, pretty close. What's going on, Dipsy Driver?
Yeah, it always seems to say that, but that's okay. I'll just give a shout-out to Hotshot Secret. Doing an oil change tomorrow on the 2018 Terrain I just bought. I got a bottle of FR3 I was going to use in the 2013 on the next oil change, but I just changed it. So I'm going to use that in the 2018 because it's low mileage. So I'll have to reorder some. No problem there. Yeah, I was looking through at some of the merchandise there. I might get me a hat, and still got my eye on that racing hoodie as well. The prices are great.
Yeah.
Really pleased with that. Hey, yeah, I noticed last week you acknowledged a new listener. I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. Eric. I've been chatting with him a little bit on Facebook live chat, or not Facebook,
the YouTube chat. Yeah,
and he seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy, retired truck driver. Just let him know if he does call, just let you know who he is and what he's been doing. And that $60 first-time caller code I got from you, I was able to get a 16-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator, a 16-ounce bottle of Gasoline Extreme, and a 16-ounce bottle of FR3, all for like around, I think, it was under 60, so it was like 56 or 57.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say I appreciate that. And boy, what a difference. I wish I would have done this 4 years ago on this 2013. So, well, I just wanted to wish you a great week. And I didn't join in until about a half hour ago. I had kind of a busy afternoon, but I always catch up on your show the next day. So, looking forward to that.
Thank you for checking in, Dipsy Driver. I see you and Gwen and Gary, I think some of the others have been chatting. There's Sylvester out there this morning. Morning, Sylvester. And yeah, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. It's a Monday morning, Eric, and I don't know, since you're kind of one of the newer guys, very, very quiet. Phones get very quiet on Monday. I saw you chatting last week thinking about, should I dial in and say hello? Yeah, do that. Love to hear from you. All right, there we go. I believe, would that be Horse Feathers?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, sorry there. I had to drop off for a minute there and do some other business. So, but anyways, I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I wasn't trying to impersonate or anything there of being Tennessee or anything there, because there's no way I could be that nice there. But But anyways, I wasn't trying to correct Knuckle Buster. I was just trying to add to the story there, kind of like what Paul Harvey, the rest of the story, just that little tidbit thrown in there, and but anyways, I just thought I'd check back in with that. I don't know. I had one other thing I was thinking about. Another guy called and disturbed me, and I don't know. You know how all that goes there on a Monday morning. But anyway, so sounds like the show's rolling on, and what else can we say? But Eric, call in, Eric. Well, I'll doing the wave or something here, right?
Yeah.
So anyway,
so what's going on with? We see that. With the whole Russia invasion, Ukraine. We had already been talking about propane prices that have been skyrocketing. You were advising, if you're going to be waiting to get your 20-gallon or 20-pound tank or whatever for the grill this summer, go ahead and buy it now because it ain't going to be going down anytime soon. Are we seeing a spike in propane prices?
No, I haven't noticed anything about that part yet. But speaking of that, the other thing we do come towards summertime, spring and summer, is we haul the nitrogen there for the farmers, for doing their no-till farming, crop production. And if I remember, doesn't a lot of that nitrogen come from the Ukraine area and Russia and stuff like that, as well as China?
That I'm not sure.
Yeah, so you might want to check into where all that nitrogen comes from there. The UN, I think it's UNA, they call it. They're 30 and 32%. If they decide to hold stuff up, that could have a real detriment to the crop production in this country and around the world. So I know the prices were already up. They were already having shortages of it. Of course, the shipping industry was having troubles getting stuff moved around the world because I forget. It's a very, very high percentage that comes, pretty much all comes from overseas. So they got to get it into the ports and offloaded to get around to all the farmers. But I'm thinking that you might want to check to see how much of that is actually production is the Ukraine and Russia and how much they spread around the world, because might have some supply issues on that come this year. And if you do, then I don't know. We're going to be able to have enough corn to grow to make ethanol along with the other stuff we're supposed to be doing. But anyways, that's all. Guess we'll all be playing that out here as we go along. But so I guess if those prices go up, I guess that's just more reason for the gas prices to go up, because what were you saying earlier? We're still not fracking in this country, are we? Anyway, so well, I guess with all that bad news there, we'll let somebody else call in, like maybe Eric might have some good news for us there. Let's wait and see.
He said he'll call in. At least he did via the little YouTube post there a few minutes ago. There you go. It's about 15 before the hour. Speaking of our reliance on Russian oil, according to Senator Rick Scott of Florida over the weekend, he said none other than Joe Biden, President Biden, caused the current energy crisis and our dependence on Russia for oil. Why would you ever want to be dependent on somebody else? We're sitting here, we have all these natural resources in our country, and this guy shuts down the Keystone Pipeline, attacks the fossil fuels, and wants us to be energy dependent on Russia, our enemy, or the Middle East, where President Trump reduced our conflicts there. You look at this president, why wouldn't he secure the border? Why wouldn't he make us energy dependent? Why won't he hold Russia's president and China's President Xi responsible here? I mean, what's the purpose? He's got radical policies. This could be described as nothing less than gross incompetent. So where is Putin going to stop now is the question. Is he going to stop with Ukraine? What about, is Lithuania going to be next? How about Poland? I mean, it's already impacted the energy markets because Russia's one of the world's top oil and gas suppliers. I mean, you look back just, about 2 years ago, the COVID pandemic first unfolding. Yeah, the price of crude for a very brief period of time dropped below zero. So along with several other Republican lawmakers, Scott says Biden never should have waived the sanctions against the operators of the Nord Stream pipeline there, connecting Russia to the German seacoast. And it's very simple. With the stroke of a pen, he could approve the Keystone XL pipeline. So I'll figure something along the lines. We are, again, reliant on like 300 and some thousand barrels of oil per day from Russia. The Keystone XL pipeline, had it been completed, would have the ability, I guess, when it was fully up and running, to move as much as 800,000 barrels per day. We could totally negate any need for Russian oil. 100%. All right, looking at 12 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Where's our people's convoy at here on a Monday? I've been making their trek across from California. I guess they're at about the halfway mark at this point in time. Coming up this weekend. Next weekend, that would be rolling into D.C. I haven't really been seeing a lot of social media posts. Are the numbers growing, or as they progress across the country? That was the anticipation. Did anybody participate in the convoys in Illinois? Apparently they had some stuff going on there this past weekend. And state police are sending out a message that there will be legal consequences for participants of these convoys, because some of them apparently are threatening to slow traffic or maybe cause chaos on the roads. Tell you what they had to say coming up here. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm looking at the scoop here out of Big Cabin, Oklahoma, which says if you're traveling through the Springfield area today, Monday, you might happen to notice an increase in traffic along I-44 as the People's Convoy is scheduled to pass through on its way to D.C. Yeah, many travelers are spending the night in Big Cabin, Oklahoma, about 2 hours west of Springfield. The group's planning to pass through before stopping Monday night. The next overnight stay will be Sullivan, Missouri. According to the website, traveling across the U.S. in peace and unity. Okay, we all know that. That's the scoop. It's really about the American people, remembering what is important. They say they're not associated with many of the other convoy groups. They expect to their final stop, the Washington, D.C. Beltway, on March the 5th. That would be after 11 days of traveling. We will not be heading into downtown D.C., and we do not plan to be at the U.S. Capitol for President's State of the Union address, which is taking place on Tuesday. Some of the media reports have been alluding to that. The people who organize this do not condone going into Washington, D.C. direct and parking in front of the White House or anything like that. We want it to be peaceful, easy, mellow. We're just making a statement. So we plan to leave Big Cabin about 8 o'clock Monday morning. Means they should arrive, be rolling through the Springfield area sometime between 10:30 a.m. and the noon hour today. And as the case has been in many other cities along the way, people lining up along the convoy route, waving their flags, cheering them on, supporting them as they make their way toward D.C. All right, it's 844-844-3388 here on a Monday morning. John, I believe it is. Morning, John.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing all right.
Good to talk to you again.
It's a quiet Monday morning. How's things going out there on the highways and byways? Running smooth?
Just getting started, trying to wake up. Commute to Chicago to get started.
No boy.
I just think all this talk about the gasoline and the oil and that, I don't think they should be buying anything from Russia. I think they should be totally persona non grata, if I'm saying that right. They're war enemies, war criminals.
Mm-hmm.
We can develop our own resources. Enough so to, supply other countries that don't have it. You just put money in their pocket so they can keep their illegal little war going on.
They were sharing some of the numbers yesterday since the price of oil rebounded from a couple of years ago and jumped up to $90 per barrel. That Russia has been raking in hundreds of billions of dollars in oil profits, and that's pretty much what's footing the bill for them for the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, and he's looking at that and he's thinking, well, of course I need to go. Everything's working out perfect for me to do so. Price of oil's going up. Everybody's addicted to it. United States, they just, canceled their XL pipeline, because now they're going to be wanting more oil. And he's thinking, yeah, this is the time. Now or never. And it shouldn't be that way. People should think things out a little better and, think about all those poor people over there that are getting killed, losing their homes.
I hear him saying that some
think
of
about all those
there are some of the retailers and whatnot. I think, was it Remke Markets that posted that there was some empty slots on the liquor shelves, and they had, due to the ongoing situation, they were removing any Russian vodka from the shelves to sell. Supposedly, we don't import a whole lot of Russian vodka, which I guess they're well known for their vodka. And there's a couple of brands. I think people were talking about dumping out the Stoli, and apparently that doesn't actually come from Russia. I wasn't aware of that, but
where does the money go?
Well, I mean, yeah. Does the money go back to Russia, or yeah?
And anything like that, makes a point, makes it help. And he's got all those ships out there in the Black Sea. What if they were to suddenly get sunk? Maybe he'd get the message. He shouldn't be in Ukraine. I mean, nobody wants to see us go to war, but
yeah.
I think NATO's one thing, but just as a member of planet Earth and a sovereign country and all that jazz, humanity needs to stick up. It's kind of sour to sit around and watch the news all day and see all these pictures and think, "Oh God, I'm glad it ain't over here." Because eventually it will be. If it's left to go into the way it's going. I don't know. Maybe just a big massive airstrike. Britain, the United States, and France fly over there and bomb them ships in the Black Sea. Shoot down whatever fighter pilots fly up there to protect them.
That's where
and,
everything immediately.
Nasty air war for a few hours, but maybe by then he'll get the idea you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, suddenly things just dramatically escalate, though. I mean, because then does he then respond with a tactical nuclear device, which that's what the Pentagon's concerned about. But I mean, it is a very, very dicey situation. All right, we hit the top of the hour. Got a full hour yet to go here, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Removing Russian products from the shelves. Here, I see this is kind of happening around the country. I guess the latest I was able to find was out of Pennsylvania, where the governor made an announcement this past afternoon, Sunday afternoon, that he sent a letter to the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board urging the removal of Russian-sourced products from stores and cease selling them. Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board announced this past evening all Russia-made products will be removed from the shelves of fine wine and good spirit stores as a show of solidarity for the people of Ukraine. According to a press release, Russian-made special order products are also no longer available. As of today, these products will no longer be sold or procured by the Liquor Control Board. It's just the right thing to do. Now, it does say Russian-branded products that are not actually sourced from Russia will still be available. I guess isn't that kind of the question John was asking? It's Russian products, so it's not sourced directly from Russia, but does the money ultimately go back to the Russian economy, as much as they've been struggling for years now? But with that, again, final hour just ahead at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Another mask mandate for schools is being lifted. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, citing recent CDC guidance, says her state will lift the mandate this coming Wednesday. She says while some counties still have a higher positivity rate for COVID-19, she will allow those jurisdictions to do what's best for them. Hochul added parents can also send their kids to school masked if they choose to. In the Big Apple, Mayor Eric Adams says a final decision on masks in city public schools will be made on Friday. Some bars and liquor stores across the country are pulling Russian vodka off their shelves and promoting Ukraine brands. Some state governments are getting involved as well.
Ohio Republican Governor Mike DeWine directing state commerce officials to cease the purchase and sale of all vodka made by the Russian company Russian Standard Vodka. Liquor vendors also being told to immediately pull the vodka from their shelves. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Jurors in the trial of former Louisville Police Detective Brian Hankinson were taken to the apartment where Breonna Taylor was shot and killed nearly 2 years ago.
Hankinson is on trial for 3 counts of wanton endangerment. He fired 10 shots into Taylor's apartment. 3 of those shots entered a neighbor's apartment where a woman was sleeping with her 5-year-old child. Police say no bullets from his gun actually hit Breonna Taylor.
USA's Wendy King from the Pacific Northwest. Hankinson was one of 3 police officers serving a no-knock warrant on Taylor's apartment. Nearly half of the 500 million free COVID-19 tests made available to the public by the Biden administration still have not been claimed. More than 45 million orders were received in January on the first day the tests were given away. Officials say that number has now dropped to 100,000 a day. A South Carolina man was sentenced to more than a decade in prison after the jury only took 8 minutes to convict. 30-year-old Kendrick Blackwell faced several drug charges when he was arrested at his home last month. On Thursday, he was convicted of trafficking methamphetamines. This is not the first drug conviction on his record. According to the state newspaper, he pleaded guilty to 2 drug charges in 2018. We have news for you on demand anytime, anywhere. Go to our website, usaradio.com, and be sure to look up USA Radio on Facebook. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers.
It's the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
See, I missed out on that when we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast, so welcome in, welcome aboard on a Monday as we close out the month of February. February 28th coming on. I guess it's a fair question to ask. You know, has Vladimir Putin maybe bitten off a bit more than he can chew? The assault on Ukraine is now rapidly turning his fears of a more resolute Europe and a potentially expanded NATO alliance kind of into a self-fulfilling prophecy. This whole idea of going into Ukraine was because they were not making definitive promises that Ukraine would not join NATO. And that's my line in the sand. You will not join NATO. He's making that decision for them, is essentially what he's saying. But NATO is now coming together. Yeah, all with the stiff economic sanctions. As I mentioned a bit ago, Finland and Sweden, after decades of remaining neutral, are now showing interest in possibly joining the alliance. And in an effort to shore up Ukraine's defenses, the European Union, for the first time, announcing that they will actually finance the purchase and the delivery of weapons. That announcement this past day. So in short order, essentially, Europe's leading powers have kind of shifted into a position of heightened defensiveness toward Russia. NATO's Secretary General this past day said we got to realize we're now faced with a new normal for our security. Beefed up NATO troops in the eastern countries, weapons deliveries to Ukraine. This is the beginning of an adaptation that we have to do as a response to a much more aggressive Russia. Yesterday, Germany's new chancellor, a rousing speech to Parliament declaring that they will spend more than 2% of their GDP on defense. Putin, having accomplished what former President Trump sought for 4 years, and President Obama before him, he also announced a special 100 billion euro fund, that'd be about $111 billion, to upgrade the country's army. A big-time shift after a long stretch of limited military spending. Now, describing Russia's war on Ukraine as a turning point in the history of our continent, it is clear we need to invest more significantly in the security of our country. Again, so that's Germany. Now, there was a German expert at the Brookings Institute that called the speech Germany's Nixon to China movement, referencing President Nixon's pivot from anti-communist hawk to taking his historic trip to China. Yeah, what else in the mix here? Okay, back to our convoys. I didn't really see or hear anything rising in Illinois this past weekend, but the state police were taking to social media warning participants of legal consequences. State police say officials have become aware of a planned event along several interstates scheduled for, one was this past Saturday, and again Saturday, March 5, when truck drivers plan to conduct a convoy causing traffic delays and potentially crashes. In the state, we respect the rights of citizens to express their opinion in a lawful manner. There's a great concern, though, with any event that's designed to impede or block the normal, reasonable movement of traffic, according to the State Patrol's colonel. Traffic backups are a major contributing cause to crashes. Property damage, personal injury, even death. Any sort of a planned event that is designed to impede normal traffic flow becomes dangerous to the innocent motoring public. Reports indicate several independent convoys could begin headed to Washington, D.C. in the run-up or shortly after the State of the Union address on Tuesday night. So the state police say those who choose to participate in events that intentionally endanger the public will be subject to the enforcement of applicable laws, potentially be held liable for traffic crashes occurring as a result of their actions. Now, I know the convoy, the People's Convoy, they've not impeding traffic at all. That's not been occurring already in their, what do they have in the, about 1,000 miles in the books already? Long way to go, but all right, looking at 14 past the hour. 844-3388. That's our number. And is that Toby?
Yeah.
Hey there.
Are you there, Steve? Are you there?
Yes, sir. Welcome in, Toby. What's happening?
Not a whole lot. I just wanted to, real quick, say a quick thank you to Hot Shot Secret for getting you back on. I don't know how I missed you there. As long as I did, you were back on almost a whole year before I found you again, so I'm thankful for that. Makes the nights go by better, that's for sure.
So you just found us here a few weeks ago or a month ago or something?
About a couple months ago or so,
Okay.
I found you again somehow or another, and I was just Googling, and I was like, I wonder if they put him back on yet. I thought maybe you were just maybe they had enough common sense on your old network to put you back on there, but apparently not. It showed up you were here, and I, to be honest with you, I like this format better. You seem more relaxed, just a better environment for you to be on, and it's not so much red tape, if you will, I don't think, even though YouTube did give you that suspension, but
Yeah.
you know, they were probably upset because Rand Paul took them to the cleaners at one time on TV, so, oh well, they'll get over it.
Well, I'm glad you were able to find us again there, Toby. So Yeah, you realize if you've been listening, as a first-time caller, I've got to get you a code, $60. So just like Dipsy Driver was talking about, have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products to date?
I've used the Stiction Eliminator on a couple of things that I've worked on side work when I'm home and stuff like that, and it actually works pretty darn well.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you could say it kind of brought them back from the dead, if you will. They were running pretty rough even after doing different odds and ends work to them. They were still running pretty rough. We ran that through there, and after a week or so, they brought themselves back around and are back online now and doing pretty well for the people that own the vehicles.
Well, so you cleaned out the oil side with the Stiction Eliminator. So, if they're gas engines, get you some Gasoline Extreme, which you've got to get that on the website anyway at hotshotsecret.com. Yeah, they're trying to get it into the retailers, but Diesel Extreme you can find in some places. But yeah, get you some gasoline. They'll clean out your gasoline side too. Get those injectors all back up to firing like they're supposed to.
Yeah. Hey, I got started on the show about 2.5 hours late this morning. I was taking a nap and then I loaded. Is that weather that's going to hit Minnesota and Wisconsin and that? Is that going to hit through the Twin Cities too, or is it farther north than that?
It's about the northern half of both Minnesota and maybe the northern 2/3 of Wisconsin, where things will get a little sleep. Now they're only saying 2 to 3 inches when it's all said and done. So.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm just asking. I'm headed up to northern Wisconsin now, so I didn't know exactly what I was looking at. When I looked at the weather for that area up there, they just talked about flurries. They didn't say nothing about that much snow there. So I was just curious, but it could be that it's wrong. So, like I said, I started on the show late this morning. I was taking a nap and then I loaded. So, one of those things.
I mean, I'm looking at the current radar, and I'm not a whole lot. I mean, there's this particular, it's a little Alberta clipper, and they don't typically have a whole lot of moisture to work with, but you may see a little something up in there.
Yeah, well, it's that area too, and they do a pretty good job on roads up there and things like that. It isn't like you'd be down, somewhere in the south somewhere, where they do their best if they can, but they just aren't used to getting dumped on, if you will.
Yep.
So.
Right.
Big difference. But all right, Steve, hopefully that Eric guy will call in for you this morning since another first-time caller did it, and we'll go from there. Appreciate
all right, I got your number here, so just watch for a text message in the next couple of days. You'll have a code to enter in there when you go to hotshotsecret.com, place your order, and at the checkout, you can punch in that code. And don't forget to use the Overnight Drive coupon code as well, because that gets you 10% off your order. And believe it or not, you can use the code and enter Overnight Drive and get another 10% off.
All right. Sounds good. Appreciate you.
Super deal. Thank you for listening. Glad you found us. Pass the word along. Well, let me see here. Well, I guess some of the recent rains we've had and the snow belt to the north. We've got some flood advisories in effect right now till early Wednesday afternoon at the Ohio River here at Cincinnati. At 52 feet, increasing sections of Kellogg Avenue from east of Delta Avenue upstream near Coney Island or near 8 Mile Road become flooded. Some of the other rivers, roadways down along the river. Most of the public landing is flooded, as well as Riverside Park off of River Road. At 8 p.m. Sunday evening, the stage was at 50.7 feet. Forecast has the river rising to 51.8 feet early Tuesday morning. Action stage is 40 feet. Flood stage is 52 feet. So right there, knocking on the flood stage level of the Ohio River here in Cincinnati as we get the new week started. 21 past the hour, and lines available at 844-844-3388. I mentioned the story out of Pennsylvania where they're removing the Russian products from the shelves. I did a quick search. Some of the other breakdown. Who else? I guess Washington, D.C. area liquor stores have removed Russian vodkas. Yeah, being removed. According to Yahoo News, Russian vodka removed from shelves in the U.S. and Canada. Let's see. Is Russian Standard made in Russia? It says Russian Standard is owned by a Russian oligarch. Smirnoff vodka. Is it made in Russia? It says here, Russia's not made in Russia, such as Absolute, Grey Goose, Kettle One, Smirnoff, and Svedka are still available at the stores. Stoli, that's the other I mentioned, Stoli. Is Stoli made in Russia? According to the CNN report, that the bans across the country are really symbolic, seeing as Stoli vodka is made in Latvia, and the company is actually headquartered in Luxembourg. But there are a number of states that are statewide restricting Russian vodka sales to stand in solidarity with the Ukraine. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So it looks like with Pennsylvania joining in this past day, over the weekend you had Texas, Ohio, New Hampshire, and a number of other states ordering Russian spirits off the shelves. The trend of Americans targeting vodka, the quintessentially Russian liquid, to protest. Now, surprise, surprise, data shows these protests should only affect a tiny fraction of vodka imports. Only 1.2% of U.S. vodka imports come from Russia, according to the Distilled Spirits Council of the U.S. All right, so what are we looking at? So the most popular vodkas in this country: Smirnoff, Tito's, Absolute, Svedka, Grey Goose, Sky, New Amsterdam are not made in Russia. They're actually made in either Sweden, France, the UK, and some here in the United States. Many vodka brands do have Russian-sounding names, but we think there's going to be a lot of emotion in the coming months regarding which vodkas people will choose to drink. We're going to see people asking for specific brands of vodka that they're familiar with and they know are not made in Russia. But businesses are taking the lead, targeting that small number of Russian brands in their supply. He said he's received photos from retailers, California, Texas, Arizona, New York, Florida, Colorado, Ohio, of them pouring out Russian vodka this week. Kansas and Michigan, they say, have also taken Russian vodka off the shelves, and they're actually promoting Ukrainian vodka. I didn't know you had that option even. There's one Las Vegas pizzeria that's advertising $5 shots of Ukrainian vodka to raise funds for humanitarian relief there, complete with the name insulting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And I saw this past day, there is a beer manufacturer, bottled beer manufacturer that has stopped producing beer in Ukraine right now. And they're actually producing Molotov cocktails to distribute to the people to use to fight off and try to suppress the Russian forces as they come in. Molotov cocktails. All right, back to the calls here. What do you say, Knuckle Buster? Welcome to that loneliest hour in radio.
All right, yeah, it's almost quitting time, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, did Horse Feather say anything bad about me again? Because I was in the middle of my old man middle of the night nap there, and I didn't know what tuned in there, so I figured I better get up and listen in and do a little advertising too. So he didn't say nothing bad about me.
He said nothing detrimental about you. No, sir. Nor did he say anything bad about.
Right, well, that's good.
He even brushed it aside. He would never try to correct Tennessee. He said.
Well, she's the only one that can keep me straight. I got to give her credit for that there anyway there. Old Vladimir, he got more coming at him than he can stand there. And down there just south of Austin, Texas, there, they got a little old warehouse down there in Buda, Texas. Ain't got but about 3 or 4 docks to it there. And that's all they ship out of that place is Russian vodka. And but one of them in there can each speak English. The rest of them don't understand nothing you're saying, or at least I don't think they understand what I'm saying. I don't understand what the hell they were saying anyway. So anyway, whenever all that old baloney there, let's keep this old Steve Summers overnight drive radio going down the road there. And the way to do that, people, is to buy some Hot Shot Secret products and fix your eliminator, everyday diesel, all that good stuff. Get all them bells and whistles quiet in this truck for a minute. So anyway, buy all that good stuff, and don't forget to put overnight drive in the code box there for checkout and get that 10% discount. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products there, baseball cap, travel mug, T-shirt, and I guess the real Margaret Houlihan that we know about, you can still wear one of your T-shirts.
That's my understanding, yes.
Well, that's a good deal, because that's the one I was talking about. When I read the article, I thought it was her. I just glanced on over it there. So anyway, let's keep this thing going. Keep Steve happy. Keep Mama Summers, a.k.a. Princess, happy. And especially Chris, because he's the one that's got to have the biggest smile on his face when them sales numbers goes up, right?
That's the hope. We could only hope.
I know that's right. All right, have a great day, Mr. T. Sommers. I'm going to ease on into Oak City out here and finish up my old man middle of the night nap. So.
All right, have a good day there, Knucklebuster. Speaking of Chris Gabrelchik, he will be our special guest coming up this Friday morning. Look at there, because Tuesday, March 1, first Friday in the month of March, comes up this Friday. So make plans to join us, along with Chris Gabrelchik. And with that, we get a news break. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin put nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he deemed aggressive statements by Western nations, and the European Union has taken more action against Moscow, including financing weapons and other equipment for Ukraine. More than half of those polled by NPR, PBS, and Marist panned the job that President Biden had done in his first year. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Rolling gold anywhere.
With Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Someone shared a photograph of Hunter and Joe Biden giving each other a big hug. And Hunter says, "Daddy, we finally did it. All those records are going to be destroyed. They'll never find the corruption." Think about that. That could be true. Ain't no telling. I don't think I mentioned, I had this before me last week, late last week, where the Secret Service told Republican lawmakers they can't find communications related to Hunter Biden's travels for 3 years when Joe Biden was the vice president. They've magically disappeared. Secret Service Director James Murray told Senators Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson that they didn't find any documents for the requests seeking unredacted records tied to Hunter Biden's travels for specific years between January of 2009 and January of 2017. He said, in consultation with the Department of Homeland Security, on June 11 of 2021, the Secret Service provided documents responsive to your requests in accordance with law. Long-standing executive branch practice and department-wide standards. We worked extensively with your committees and agreed to search parameters provided by your offices to identify communications regarding Mr. Biden's travel. Those search parameters did not yield communications for the years 2010, 2011, or 2013. I guess last time this guy was testifying, Grassley and Johnson had requested full travel records and criticized the agency for years of inappropriate redactions, especially related to the controversial Kazakhstan trip in 2014. I mean, this raises questions. Given that the United States Secret Service travel records show that Hunter Biden made trips to China and other destinations around the world, including Russia, Italy, Spain, and Mexico, these inappropriate redactions impede our ability to understand the full scope of the interactions between Hunter Biden, his associates, and the U.S. Secret Service. You hid names and other information contained in email conversations regarding Hunter Biden without any proper legal justification. Johnson and Grassley released a joint report in 2020 when they focused on Joe Biden's role in helping guide the Obama administration's Ukraine policy. That's when Hunter Biden had that lucrative position on the board of Burisma. You know, the private company with ties to Ukraine. Hey, Daddy, we finally did it. And Dennis, you make a good point there as well. He said, Steve, follow the money. So we're still purchasing Russian oil, and we're about to give the Ukraine $350 million, and then some to follow. Does this not mean, in a roundabout way, we're actually helping to pay for both sides of the war? Yeah, yes, it does. Valid point, Dennis. All right, 19 before the hour. Let's see what's going on with Chris this morning. Hello, Chris.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, of course, we funded the whole thing. I mean, if Joe Biden was just over there asking for more Russian oil, I mean, less than a month ago.
Yes, yeah.
But what I was thinking is that oil's still coming down from Canada on trains and everything. Couldn't we just increase the amount we buy from Canada? I don't see why we couldn't, just put more on the trains. I don't know if they're at the capacity maybe. But the other thing, you were talking about that brewery making Molotov cocktails. Why don't we send all that Russian vodka over to Ukraine? They can make a Molotov cocktail out of that.
That would work. Yep.
Yeah. But somebody brought up an EMP on Crimea and a few places. That really doesn't work on the military, though. They harden their equipment for nuclear attacks and EMPs and all that stuff. It's kind of only works on civilians, like the supply chain and that sort of thing. It would screw up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm trying to turn into a driveway. I'm getting a little distracted. Now, I was just wondering, of course, the way Canada is nowadays, it seems to me that half this stuff comes from John Kerry. I still think he's running the damn country. These are all his policies and his screw-ups. And the guy is just, you talk about somebody that doesn't have a brain in his head. He's completely out of it, and he's completely sane. That's the problem.
Yep.
Oh, the other thing I was thinking about was they were talking about the fertilizer. Yeah, that's what reminded me of John Kerry, because I think that's made out of natural gas. I don't know how or why, but I remember when there was a natural gas shortage a few years ago. I think that was something Kerry brought about, and then there was a big fertilizer shortage. Yeah, the other thing is these convoys, if they had the right kind of anti-aircraft missiles, they could protect those convoys. Just keep them with each convoy when they're bringing them in. You see those helicopters that Russia has, though?
Yeah.
You want to cost him some money. They knocked one of those things down. Those would be the things to start picking off.
Well, that's what Germany's sending in some of those. What kind of was it? Sidewinders or Stingers? That's what they're planning to use to try to take down the helicopters.
Yeah, I don't know how effective those things are, but the countermeasures, I think the Afghanis took ours down with just RPGs because, you can't distract an RPG. It just goes where you aim it. I think sometimes that the less, some of the less sophisticated weaponry works better on some of the highly sophisticated weapons. But that's about all I've got. Have a cigarette on the fuel aisle.
All right. Yeah, thinking about horse feathers. So thank you for checking in there, Chris. Have a good morning. All right, what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. From the website, or the Facebook, social media, Truckers' Lives Matter. Is anybody else wondering if the number of minutes until midnight on the doomsday clock and or our DEFCON status changed on Sunday? It takes us to USA Today. What is DEFCON? What is nuclear deterrence? What we need to know after Putin's warning on Sunday. So with the announcement of reporting the nuclear forces on high alert, Vladimir Putin, that is. Yeah, the U.S. and the NATO allies have imposed multiple sanctions, okay. Yeah, Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war. Now he and his country will have to bear the consequences, was the statement from Biden. But in response to those economic sanctions and some rather aggressive statements by NATO countries, Putin ordered the nuclear deterrent forces prepare for increased readiness, told his top officials to be ready for a special regime of combat duty. Now, what is nuclear deterrence? Well, here's what you should know. It is the ideology dating back to the Cold War that was used to prevent any nuclear aggression, kind of going back to what Demon was talking about several hours ago. As, of course, we were in a race toward the creation and building of nuclear weapons, we adopted a strategy of nuclear deterrence, meaning if the Soviet Union or any nation attempted to attack, the U.S. would swiftly respond and launch an even bigger attack. Putin is essentially using the same strategy. He's indicated if the U.S. or another NATO ally continue to impose heavy sanctions against the Russian economy, or if they attempt to aid Ukrainian forces, Russia will be ready to respond with nuclear weaponry. Remember last week when he said, any countries that hinder us will face consequences that you've never encountered in your history. That was the statement last week that many were saying. They believe he was referring to potentially nuclear weapons. Defense Ready Condition, an acronym for that is DEFCON. That's what the Pentagon uses to indicate the level of threats we face from other nations, which then determines readiness for any potential response. There's 5 levels, DEFCON 1 to 5. 5, the lowest state of readiness, DEFCON 1, maximum readiness, meaning the nuclear war is about to begin or already begun. Although speculation abounds, officials never publicly state which DEFCON level the country is under for security reasons. The U.S. has never reached DEFCON 1. Highest we've been, they say, is DEFCON 2, which reportedly occurred during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Although there's no official declaration of our DEFCON status, speculation about it abounds on the internet. Russia has its own version of DEFCON, although their stages aren't really clear. NATO members have nuclear weapons, but the organizations say the sole purpose is for deterrence. And they mainly come from the U.S., which has full control of any weapons deployed in Europe. So should an adversary decide to attack NATO, they must not only contend with NATO's decision-making, but also make a judgment about decision-making from the leaders of the United States, the UK, and France. And with that, we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we head down the home stretch here on a Back to Work Monday, wrapping up the month of February. Chevy guy, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm beating my brains out. Some of the things that come up reminded me about Alexander Vindman. When you remember, he was the one listening in officially, in uniform, mind you, taking the call between the leader of Ukraine, the newly elected leader of Ukraine, and Donald Trump. And he's the one that was turning that stuff over to, what's his face? That was lied about, got on there and actually lied about the, I can't get his name out of my mouth right now for nothing. But he tormented, said he had all this evidence. But what the point I'm getting at is Vindman was attacking probably the only man that's been standing up to the Russians. Donald Trump shamed NATO and forced them to pay their share. He backed out, but they had built up their own forces. They're stronger today because Donald Trump backed out and said, you're going to have to take care of yourself. And they did. They picked up. But here lately, he's on there on YouTube, or there's a feed to come across, and he's accusing, you got blood on your hands. And he mentioned Tucker Carlson, that woman, Laura Ingraham, and also Ted Cruz. But what I love is he says, Donald Trump, you have blood on your hands because of Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Like I said, those tank missiles came to his country not through Obama and the Democrats. They came through Donald J. Trump, and if they have them because Donald Trump sent tank missiles and not K-rations. But the bottom line is, I got to wonder what's he thinking when he says you have blood on your hands, because first off, they were already calling for sanctions before
anything started. And the only one that has power is the man that he seems to be supporting, which is Biden, which already straight out made a deal with Russia. Said, "Oh, we didn't mind a minor incursion." Well, apparently this minor incursion has already gone wrong, and now he's talking about nukes. So, this Alexander Vindman, somebody needs to get in his face and say, "How do you feel about it?" You saying it's blood on the hand. You helped tear down the only man that kept this from happening. So, other than that, we just have to play. We have to do what we got to do when we're called to do it, I guess. But this oil stuff, it never makes sense to me. It's like us buying steel off of Japan, even after they bombed Pearl Harbor, to rebuild our own fleet. So, hey, don't worry about buying Russian oil. How about drill, baby, drill? Open up what we got and invest in our friends that are producing oil. But, the big thing is in all this is Germany did join in. That was a big part of this because they were just on the verge of getting hooked on that gas line coming from Russia.
Yep.
So we'll see how this plays out. But like Pappy said, buy that extra can of this, extra can of that, because the oil prices are going to go sky high. Somebody's saying, what, $7 a gallon for gasoline, which would probably be $10 a gallon for diesel. And you got to wonder when it won't be profitable to haul anything.
Yeah. No doubt. I think that was the analyst that said if oil were to hit 150, you could see anywhere from $7 to $10 a gallon. Hello to Truck and Phil. Morning there. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Ready to hit the road, right? Head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Semper Fi. Truck and Phil, have a great day. And you do the same, each and every one of you out there. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go.